evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another episode of Dragon's Greed Gaming. And tonight we are doing something a little different. We are delving back into the wonderful dark world of the Alien role-playing game by Free League Publishing. Oh yes, we have a couple episodes here and there. If you've listened to our previous current show, Gallows Geist, our Warhammer Fantasy RPG, then you know a little bit about what we're about here on the channel. But if not, welcome. And if you haven't listened to that, definitely go back and give it a listen, especially if you're a fan of Warhammer Fantasy. But alas, I am, as always, your host, the Great Unclean One, and we are delving back into the sci-fi darkness of the future with some familiar faces and friends. As usual, part of our Warhammer game, we have Matt and Kyle. Say hello, fellows.
Hello.
Greetings.
And joining them is our new addition to our Warhammer game, Eric, who's coming back to play some more Alien. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good.
Excellent. And we have two other guests. One of them you may recognize from back in the time of Warhammer and the Battle of Nuln, helping command the Empire forces. Our good friend Matt number 2, Frogget. How's it going, buddy?
Going great.
Glad to have you back. Wonderful.
Be blessed.
And finally, another friend who has played Alien before, but I don't know if that recording is ever going to get published or not because it didn't work
No.
out quite well. It was a little jacked up. I've been trying to edit some of the old stuff, and yeah, files are a little wonky, so that may never come to be. But our final guest and player for tonight, my good friend Sean.
Big rip. I didn't expect, that file to be deleted. I was banking on one day being able to listen to it when I have Alzheimer's. That's sad. Yeah, I'm Sean. I'll be playing a character.
Well, it's not deleted. It's just that it's fucked up. And well, that was back in my early days of learning how to record, and back in the dark days of Roll20. Ugh. So we've moved beyond that. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for a one-shot session, as our usual Warhammer game is not taking place tonight because Tyler sucks. So we are instead going to play Alien because I need my weekly dose of RPG, and I'm not going to let my vacation end by not playing some sort of role-playing game. So here we are, and we are about to dive back in. So, gentlemen and listeners, you are all members of a squad of colonial marines. If you're unfamiliar, in Alien, the colonial marines are the fighting force of the UA, the United Americas. In the distant future of Alien, the universe and Earth has kind of split into three main groups, which are a combination of corporations or countries that have kind of banded together to form new entities in the future. The UA, the United Americas, is basically all of North and South America together. So it's the United States, Central America, South America, and Canada. I believe Canada's part of it, are basically all part of one massive entity. They're one of the three big powers in the universe. The other two being the Three World Empire and the Union of Progressive Peoples. The Union of Progressive People is kind of like your Soviet Russia, primarily Russia, and I believe it's Vietnam or China, the other big player in that group. And then you have the Three World Empire, which is the UK and I believe Japan, and that is where Weyland Yutani fits into the picture. But the Colonial Marines are basically the Marines that fight as part of the elite armed forces for the United Americas. And so, just as we saw in the second film, Aliens, you are your typical frontline soldiers trained to fairly exacting standards and sent in to do all sorts of things, whether it's peacekeeping, escort missions, typical frontline soldiering, bug hunts, as Hudson says in the films. And today you are being sent to the colony of LV-426, also known as Hadley's Hope, which all of you will probably recognize from the second movie. So, to our listeners and to anyone who is familiar with the Alien RPG, you will know most likely that there is a starter one-shot scenario called Hope's Last Day, which recounts basically what happens right before the second film starts. Right before Ripley, the Marines, and Agent Burke show up to the colony to find out why it hasn't been responding, Hope's Last Day allows the players to control 5 characters, and there's 5 of the remaining survivors on the base as the aliens infestation is taking over, and they try to escape before all is lost. This is a little scenario that I've thrown together myself, and we are going to return to Hadley's Hope, only this time it is as a different squad of Marines that are being sent to investigate. So this is happening before and perhaps in place of Ripley and the other Marines showing up. Continuity and timeline doesn't really matter that much here, but suffice to say the events of Aliens have not happened yet, but the events of Hope's Last Day have. And I have run it many, many times, and I've dotted in a few occurrences of what's transpired in some of those games here, so hopefully we'll see some of that tonight. But without further ado, let me give you guys a little bit of flavor text here, along with a image of what Hadley's Hope looks like from up above, and then we will get into things here. And there you go. The colony on LV-426, known as Hadley's Hope, is your typical frontier colony. The moon that Hadley's Hope is situated on has been terraformed over the years, and now its air is breathable for humans. LV-426 is a terraforming, mining, and research colony with nearly 160 men, women, and even children calling it their home. It's not an easy life, but it is one of fierce independence that nearly all the colonists pride themselves on being able to adapt to. Several weeks ago, contact with Hadley's Hope was lost. While it was initially believed to be a problem with the colony's communication system, there is reason to believe otherwise. The UAAC, United America's Allied Command, has learned of a Weyland-Yutani inspection team that was sent to LV-426, seemingly rerouted last minute to the colony. A UA spy, United America's, amongst the inspection team, reported to Allied Command that the agent in charge of the inspection team, Miranda Reynolds, intercepted a transmission from Earth to the colony. Apparently, after hearing this transmission, she immediately changed course and made all haste to Hadley's Hope. The last thing the spy reported was that the colonists had found something on LV-426, some sort of derelict ship, where they apparently came into contact with alien life. Some of the colonists became infected, and alien life forms broke out into the base. No further contact has been heard from the spies since then. Your ship, the Nightfall, was en route to resupply before joining back up with your main flotilla when Allied Command gave the order for you to investigate. And so you can see here a overhead view, and probably similar in quality to a photo that you would get on board your ship of what Hadley's Hope looks like. In the background, the big massive kind of arched structure, that is one of the thermal processors that is used to try to help terraform the planet. And in the foreground is the colony itself. You can see the wall running along the bottom of the image here. On the right-hand side, the big circular area is the landing pad with the communications tower. And then beyond that, you can see the structure of the colony itself and the big sky bridge that connects the parts together.
Now, Chris, I hate to interrupt, but all I see is the core rules cover still.
How about now?
That's better.
Yes. Yep.
Sorry about that. Even I forget how to control this ship sometimes. So
No worries. No worries.
So that is an image that all of you would get to see at some point, during your briefing or as you're getting prepped. Now, as always, you are in cryosleep as your ship approaches the orbit of the planet, and we see something very much like this here. Large, basically tube-like beds where the top opens up and lets you come out. All of you would basically be in perhaps t-shirts, sleeveless shirts, boxer shorts, and underwear. And that's pretty much all that you wear when you're in cryo. It's a slow process. It can be a bit debilitating or a bit confusing or taxing for some people. But all of you, aside from the rookie on your squad, whose name is Jimmy Wagner, have done this countless times. Some of you may still feel really dehydrated afterwards, perhaps even be a little sick or nauseous. But once you get some hydration going and you get a little food in you, usually your senses come back relatively quickly. But the room is something like what you see here in the image. There are rows of these cryo beds, and your squad, your cryo beds are activated, and they open, they let you out. There's perhaps an android on the ship who would see you guys. As a matter of fact, it's probably the android who is part of your squad, who you all know as Trevor. He is a Walter model android, and here's what he looks like. You may recognize that is the character that Michael Fassbender played in Covenant and Prometheus. So all the Walter androids, as any android from a particular line does, they all look the same. They may wear their hair differently, but their face pretty much identical. So this android Trevor is the one who basically oversees you guys. He's the medic of your squad. He's a hospital corpsman, and he obviously acts as medic. He makes sure you guys are safe in the battlefield, patches you up, tends to any wounds, and he is also very highly skilled when it comes to surgery on and off the battlefield. Some of you may or may not like him based on your character relationships with him. But one thing you guys do know is that Trevor seems to try to get along with everybody. He seems to take his job seriously, and he seems to care about everyone that's in his responsibility, even the individuals of the squad that really don't treat him very well. He seems to have kind of struck up a friendship with the rookie, Jimmy Wagner, who I don't think anybody's controlling right now. But he seems to kind of treat him with, a little bit more kindness than the rest of you guys do. But Trevor starts to wake you up one by one as you're coming out of your cryo beds. And we will start with our squad leader. Nice. So I'll share the image of each of your characters so the rest of the group can see. And then whichever player's playing them, just go ahead and let us know, maybe give them a brief description so our listeners can hear. And tell us a little bit about the character you're playing. And if there's anything you want to tell us about yourself as well, while you're here on the show or anything like that, that's totally cool too. So just give us your name, your character, and take it from there. So we'll start off with Sean as our squad leader.
Yeah. So I'm Sean. I play a half-orc in a previous campaign with Chris named Bjork, and now I'm playing Jack Schaefer, Corporal Jack Schaefer. With the images. Can you undo the image? Because now I can't see my character sheet.
Oh, sorry.
Is that how that works? I don't know. Okay, hold on. All right, I've got it. Corporal Jack Schaefer, a former assault marine. He's buddies with Sarah Chan. And he's been trained as an assault marine, crowd control, major assault, and urban pacification. He's good at the role, and he's very much a get the job done kind of person, it seems. And he seems to only really trust one of the Marines, and that, I guess, is Sarah Chan. All right.
And who is your rival?
That would be Wagner?
Okay, so Wagner is the rookie who no one is controlling at the time. But as any good Alien scenario has taught us, there are usually backup characters for when shit goes wrong. Because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when in Alien. So we'll get to Jimmy here in a minute, but All right, so again, that is your squad leader right there. That's another character from one of the Covenant movies, but he does have the mustache, and he usually has a cigar or two that he carries around, which he'll often have out at the most inappropriate times. Being a former assault marine, so that was your specialty, Sean, before you became an officer and the leader of the squad. Assault marines, all of you would know, they are meant mostly for melee combat and taking down big things. They act as breachers like on a SWAT team, so they do have the big old riot shields and a stun baton, and they also carry RPG, single shot rocket launchers. So they bring some heavy ordnance to the crowd, and being, melee specialists, they're usually big, tough dudes, and they can usually take a beating, and they can usually dole it out. And this is your squad leader that you all have. Now, one thing that you did not mention, which would be prevalent for everybody to know.
Oh.
So I'll just read this out. So you excelled at this role, being an assault marine, perhaps a bit too much, and you gained a reputation for being a ruthless. Actually, why don't you read this, Sean? You go ahead and read your background.
Okay. During your early career, you're assigned to assault marine, trained crowd, major assaults, identification. You excelled at this role, perhaps a bit too much, and gained a reputation for being a ruthless but efficient soldier. Eventually, your ability to make the hard choices resulted in your promotion to squad leader. While your mission success rate is exemplary, the attrition rate amongst those under your command is incredibly high. Most Marines dread being placed under your command. Chan seems to be the only Marine that truly respects you and that you can depend on. Newbies like Wagner are just more meat for the grinder.
All right. So that's who you guys are serving under, whether you like it or not. And then we will move on to our marksman. Go ahead and take it away, Matt.
I am Matt. I'll be playing Emil Schneider. I am the squad's dedicated marksman. Schneider has always been a bit of a lone wolf. He had a lot of trouble making friends growing up because he was always kind of beat on the move through his family life. Because of this, he learned to adapt and survive on his own, and he taught himself to shoot at a very young age, and he carried those skills into the corps. That has raised him to the position of the dedicated marksman of the squad. I work closely with Garcia, who acts as my spotter, and I particularly distrust the more human-like androids of the Weyland-Yutani, and believe that machines are just that, machines. And that's exactly how I treat Trevor, our squad android and medic.
Wonderful. And it's Emil is his first name. That's how it's pronounced. A very German-looking individual. And all of you will recognize him instantly, but that is your marksman right there. Little Dolph Lundgren for our listeners. Just imagine that guy in a sniper-type role. I think, wasn't he actually in the movie Sniper? Was that it? Was that what it's called? I don't remember. Universal Soldier. He's in a lot of good war movies, but that's him from Expendables. So replace the machine gun with a sniper rifle, and that's basically who you have. And what's your signature item, and who's your buddy and rivals?
My signature item is a bottle cap of my favorite beer. My ally is Garcia, the spotter, and my rival is Trevor, the android.
Okay. All right, and I'll move on to our first NPC here, which is Jimmy Wagner. He is our smart gunner. So he is fresh out of boot camp, the newest member of your squad. He is replacing your last smart gunner, which was a man by the name of Arnold Gibbs, who was killed in action. And all of you pretty much don't like Jimmy. You think that he's not going to last long. He's often the butt of your jokes. Whether it's just you don't like him or you just kind of treat him like the newbie of the squad. It's kind of that, it's the new guy, it's the new recruit. Kind of like in a fraternity, he's the newest guy, so a lot of you make fun of him, and he's often, the guy that everything comes down on. However, he is the smart gunner of the squad, which means he's the guy with the big ass gun. And he will be coming on the mission, obviously. He'll be one of our backup characters, so he will be there to help if need be. But for now, he's probably going to sit back. So all of you know that the Sarge especially, or I'm sorry, not the Sarge, the Corporal, Schaefer, he definitely does not like Wagner. And you guys would all know that that is because Schaefer really liked Gibbs, the previous smart gunner. So, if any of you are familiar with the movie Fury with Brad Pitt, it's kind of that same thing where his main gunner of his tank got killed. New guy shows up, and he really doesn't have a whole lot of time for that. Lost a really skilled soldier, a really good friend, and now he's got this new guy to deal with. So, but all of you, to some degree, other than Trevor, aren't really that keen on Wagner. He's a private. He is fresh out of boot camp, very green, but he seems very eager to try to prove himself, and he seems to love to just hold down the trigger of his weapon when he's got to fire something. So he's maybe been on 1 or 2 assignments with you guys. He's still very green and very fresh. His buddy is Trevor, and his rival is the Corporal, Schaefer, your squad leader. And I'll share you guys just a little bit of character art for him as well. So some of you may recognize this is one of the characters from Aliens. For our listeners, I believe it was Drake, Vasquez's smart gunner friend. So just to give you an idea. For those of you that aren't super familiar with Alien, the smart gun is that big-ass gun that takes 2 hands to carry, and it's basically attached to the user by a harness that kind of goes over their shoulders like a vest, and then there's a part around their waist. You can see just under his forearm in the picture, there's a metal thing that comes out like an arm that attaches to the side of the gun, so they can kind of swivel the gun left and right. And they usually have some sort of eye gear that kind of covers one of their eyes, so they can kind of track stuff, kind of like a DBZ power scanner a little bit. And it does something similar where it helps you track fast-moving targets, or zero in on something, or just differentiate friend from foe, so you don't have instances of friendly fire. And when you're using a gun like that, obviously that's really important. So that's what Jimmy looks like. He's young, he's naive, he's green, but he is eager and ready to fight. And then we'll go on to our observer.
That would be me, playing Eric, playing PFC Manny Garcia. So little description is, was a troubled youth whose parents forced him into boarding school. And although it helped instill some discipline, I still remained quite a bit of a loner and found that time in the Marines a perfect opportunity to indulge in some of my more violent tendencies. I took to the role of forward observer perfectly, often working ahead of the squad and on my own. I get along with Schneider just fine. He seems like the only professional in the squad. Everyone else needs to shut up and follow my example.
All right.
I am buddies with Schneider and rivals with everyone else.
And what is your personal item, your signature item?
My signature item are my brass knuckles.
Okay.
So hopefully I get to use them quite a few times.
All right. So this is your forward observer, Manny Garcia, another character from Covenant. Obviously, he is Latino, as you can tell in the image here and by the name, and he's a fairly large guy. And yeah, he he's got that reputation. He's badass. Most everybody other than Schneider doesn't really seem to care for him too much, especially Trevor. All of you know that Trevor just, even though Emil treats Trevor like shit, Trevor seems to think that Garcia is like the liability of the squad. Maybe he's kind of like a loose cannon. And why don't we finish or move on to our Comtech soldier?
Oh, that would be me. I'm Kyle. I'll be playing Michael Cashton, Comtech Marine Private First Class. I'll just go with this little paragraph here. Cashton joined the Corps to try and make a difference. He hated seeing the little people get the short end of the stick. Whether it's the brass or some corporate suit calling the shots, you always root for the underdog and consider yourself one as well. Oh, he considers himself one. Heard a lot of rumors about what happened on LV 426. As usual, it sounds like someone higher up who doesn't give a damn made some bad decisions, and now the colonists are caught in the middle. So while the squad is being sent in to help the colonists, he wants to do more. Doesn't mind the android in the squad, as a matter of fact, finds him quite interesting. Can do without Chan, though. She seems to have it out for him, and thinks she's a bit of a suck-up to the corporal.
All right. Obviously, being the tech guy, you find most androids interesting, and Trevor has a good enough personality where he's easy to talk to. He's polite. He's never rude or anything like that. So, you're always kind of wondering, like, what's it like being an android? And then who are your buddy rival and your signature item?
So my signature item is an old watch given to me by my grandfather, and my buddy is Trev, and my rival is Sarah Chan.
Okay. And another character from Aliens. What you guys see here, this is the typical gear that your characters would all be wearing when you're in the field. So this is your armor, along with the helmet, your assault rifle, the shoulder-mounted lamp, and then your backpack that would have any other equipment. And then being the Comtech Marine, I know you've got a couple cool goodies, so that is cashed in right there. And then Sarah Chan, let's move on to you.
Yeah. So this is the Frog, and today I am playing Sarah Chan, a CBRN specialist. I've graduated at the top of my class and showed great adaptability during boot camp. As a result, I was picked as a perfect candidate for the CBRN Marine program, which is chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear. Part scientist, part soldier. Often I'm the smartest person in my squad, and feel that a lot of the grunts don't have respect for the skills I bring to the mission. Even though he has a reputation, I respect Schaefer for having the balls to make the hard decisions, and often act as his right hand, and also have the rig to back it up. I think Cashin Commsman is a bit too soft for this job, and it's likely that it's a matter of time before he bites it.
All right, and then your item and your rivals, buddies.
Yeah, so the signature item is a vile necklace that has been filled with mercury. And relationships are buddy is Jack Schaefer, and my rival is Michael Cashton.
Okay, and as she is a lance corporal, so she's a step underneath the corporal, but she's above all the privates and first-class privates. So
Yeah.
she naturally is the second command just because of rank. And this is Sarah Chan right here. You, if you're familiar with Netflix show Away, you might recognize this character as well.
I'm not seeing anything.
It's because I didn't press the button. That's why.
Okay.
Shut up, Sean.
I'm just saying. Maybe I'm fucking up, Chris. Maybe it's
Oh,
my
no.
computer.
No, it's all me. So there's Sarah Chan, obviously not in her armor. And finally, we have Trevor, your android. He is a Walter model android and squad medic designed as part of a new trial to test synthetics in the medical role on the battlefield, where human medics can panic under the stress of combat or are as easily injured as the Marines they are meant to aid. Artificial people are much more durable and reliable. Even though this is his primary programming and function, he has come to sincerely enjoy the squad that he serves with. Though he doesn't understand why the new guy Wagner gets so much flack from everyone else. He finds a lot of Garcia's actions questionable and thinks he is the real liability here. And he is a rank of a private, and his signature item is the bullet casing removed from the very first Marine he ever treated and saved. And his buddy is Wagner, the private, the new guy, and his rival is Garcia. And there you have it. That is our squad of Marines as we make our way to LV 426. And I'm going to activate here the map that you guys will get. So you guys awaken and you get out of cryo. and you're all called to your meeting room where you have to meet with the squad, your commanders, and find out what the mission is going to be. So we will jump to that, and all of you start to file in one by one. Trevor is already there. He's prepared hydration pills for everybody, which he gives to you with like a little cup of water, and there's probably a little bit of food, maybe like a protein bar or something to get you started as you guys wait. So you guys have a few minutes here as he hands those out. Wagner shows up as well, and there you guys are. Oh, that's cool. The image has lights. Nice. Okay.
Chris, I got a thing that said I don't have a token that's authorized for this scene.
You guys
Something
not
like-
see anything?
I don't see anything.
I didn't see black.
Oh, okay. I guess we gotta have
Right.
tokens up here. I know why. 1 second. Screen configuration. There we go. Let's change that. How about now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Bart. Yep.
Ooh.
So,
look at
yes.
the text.
You guys find yourselves around a large table and waiting for one of your officers to arrive.
Schaefer will immediately grab his little protein bar, scarf it down 2 bites, and pop the pill without drinking the water.
What a
And shove it down his
badass.
throat.
Light my cigar and start puffing away.
And take a little sniff of his bottle cap, get a little taste of that beer. Then, after he sniffs that, you then chug the water, as you can kind of pretend he's drinking the beer.
Does anybody else do anything, or does everybody just kind of wait until something happens?
Castian is just fiddling with his watch and waiting.
Waiting quietly.
All right. Well, the tension, being apparently as thick as it is just a great taste of things to come, I think. So eventually, Trevor leaves the room for a moment, and then he comes back in, and he hands you, Schaefer, a PDAT, data pad sort of thing, and he says, Corporal, mission orders are on here for you to review, sir.
Wonderful. And I'll read it over and relay everything that I can that's not mission critical or like supposed to be top secret or something to all the squad.
So basically what it says is that contact with LV-426 has been lost. Wayland Yutani inspection team was sent there seemingly last minute, and a UA spy told Allied Command what was going on. Contact has since been lost with said spy, and this has piqued the interest of Command, and they have basically sent you guys, rerouted you, as your ship, as we said, was on its way to rearm and resupply. So you are up in 2 hours to drop. So you guys have time to get some food, get your shit together, and then get in your drop ship. You'll be taking a drop ship from your ship down to the planet, the moon, I guess I should say. Your mission objectives are to find out why communication has stopped with the colony and what Wayland Yutani was doing there. Now, this is a Wayland Yutani owned and backed colony, so it's not unusual that they would have personnel there. As a matter of fact, they have offices there full time. However, all the timing seems strange, and the spy talked about this derelict ship that was found and supposedly alien life breaking out and some sort of infestation, and now contact has been lost, and then all of a sudden a Wayland Yutani ship shows up. It seems a little too suspicious for Allied Command, and they want you to look into it. They want you to find out what happened. If the colonists are in danger, you are to try to extract and rescue any that you can, and if there are any hostile threats, they are to be eliminated with extreme prejudice.
Nice. So when like aliens are known, right? It's not some like top secret thing. So when they
These-
say aliens,
The xenomorph of the movies is not a known fact.
Okay.
Alien life in general, I mean, the universe is a huge place, the galaxy,
Right.
I should say. And, you guys as Marines have encountered alien species before, but it's usually like local alien life or fauna. It's
Right, it's-
never been anything like, it might
the
be like,
xenomorph.
it's a scorpion that's the size of like a dog. That's probably the worst that you've seen,
Oh, that's
like-
terrifying. What are you
like-
talking about?
Yeah, terrifying, but it's nothing like the horrors that I'm about to bestow upon you and your squad.
Right.
So yes, knowledge of the xenomorph, XX121, I believe is the code name, is not
Oh, look
common
at you.
knowledge.
Okay,
Did
great. Good to know. Preemptively.
did I get that right? I'll let you know in a second here. XX121. So good at this game.
Nice.
You are running it, so I would hope you're good at it.
One of us has to be.
Right.
Yes. Just like in the second film in Aliens, Hudson asks, is this going to be another bug hunt, sir? And that term is basically, okay, there's some colonists, their crops are being destroyed, their livestock is being killed by local alien life form, which is usually some sort of critter or insect or bug-like monster. Go kill it. But something as horrifying and terrible as the xenomorph, yeah, you don't know anything about that.
Great. So, this is gonna be a bad day for you boys.
It
Alright.
also could be some sort of corporate espionage or bioweapons. I mean, everybody here has heard rumors, especially of Weyland-Yutani being up to no good with that kind of shit. And the fact that they're involved, that's always in the back of everybody's mind, or it could be UPP insurgents, perhaps, attacked, or, because the relations between the UA and the UPP are very much like Cold War, Soviet-era Russia, and the United States. Like, it's just a matter of time before somebody pulls a trigger and a war starts.
Oh boy.
And you guys would probably all have similar attitudes towards the UPP, like America did against Russia and vice versa during the Cold War, and even to some extent this day, like just not generally friendly with one another.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what it says. Find out what happened, find why communications have ceased, find out if there are any threats, if so, eliminate them, and find out what happened as far as why the shuttle was sent there, what Weyland-Yutani is doing, and rescue or protect any survivors if they need extraction, or if you can secure the base and eliminate whatever the threat is, then obviously, make sure the colonists are okay.
All right.
Alrighty.
So
we've
sounds like another in and outer.
lost communication with the base. Is there anything that we can kind of discern from their current state, like from the ship? Like, I'm thinking weather. Is there visible damage to the structure? Are there any like life support concerns, things of that nature? Because was it breathable on this?
Yes.
moon,
So you do
generally?
know that this colony has been terraformed to the point that the atmosphere is now breathable. It is not really dangerous or toxic to humans. You don't need to wear a suit or anything when you're on the surface. However, it generally does rain a lot. It's usually racked by storms and electrical storms in particular, which can sometimes make communication a little spotty to and from the planet. It's not uncommon for a colony like this to have its communications knocked out by a storm or temporarily shut down. So that's, of course, what everybody is hoping, but no one is expecting. You know that it's usually dark down on the planet. I mean, it usually always looks like it's late, like middle of the night or like early evening with gray clouds in the sky, kind of that bluish, grayish, black palette that you're familiar with from the film. So, similar to the image that I just showed you too.
Gotcha.
Well, I guess we should all get our gear ready and get ready to drop. Do we know where we're landing? Just like a landing pad or something?
It looks like they'll give you those orders as you're going in through the dropship, and you know, Trevor says, you know, he's getting those all ready for you.
All right, great.
Okay, so we cut to the group disbanding from the meeting room. You guys start to get your shit together. Is there anything in particular that anybody's doing at this point before you hop on the shuttle?
No, I'm just making sure I've got 2 cigars, one for the start and one for the end.
Okay.
Would there be any additional gear available to us that's not already in our character sheets? Where to part?
Possibly, but it looks like most of the rest of the ship is still in cryosleep, and you guys have kind of been specifically awoken for this mission. Probably because since you guys were en route to go resupply, there's no need to wake up the whole ship, because you know, this is all to you guys. It's kind of set up like, okay, this is supposed to be an in and out type of quick mission. We're on the way. We're in the vicinity. Let's check it out while we're here. And if things go south, then maybe, you know, more crew will be awoken. But yeah, for mostly it's pretty much just you guys and Trevor that are up right now. So getting your hands on extra gear might be hard, because like the quartermaster would probably be shut down and not actually available. You know, it depends what you're trying to get. You might be able to, but more likely than not, no.
I mean, the only thing that would immediately come to mind would be like an extra round of magazines or a med kit or something like that, but I wasn't.
Or more
expecting
smart
anything.
guns.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not
you-
talking about weapons.
Well, you have to be trained to use a smart gun. They're just not going to let you use it. It's
Damn.
specialty training because it's a heavy weapon. So, I mean, you guys all know the basic principle, but despite being the rookie, Wagner's the only one who's actually probably been trained on how to use that. Second, you all have a med kit in your stash, and you guys know that Trevor probably has some extra stuff in his gear, along with whatever's on the shuttle. And why don't you go ahead and give me a... let's see here. Schneider, if you want to give me an observation, or... I guess just observation, yeah.
No successes.
Okay, do you want to push?
No.
Okay. Nope, looks like the armory's locked down and tight, and you just got what you got.
Shush. Okay, fine.
Which you guys are probably used to that sort of thing.
Being in the
Typical.
military, yeah.
Even if the quartermaster is there, you probably need special permission just to get an extra clip for your basic gun, so...
Right, I just need one more round in case things go bad.
All right. Well, everybody's gathering up. You can see that Trevor is getting the shuttle prepped. And there is a pilot that has been awoken as well from cryosleep, who will be flying the shuttle. And yeah, you guys, all of you can give me a... Is it wits? All of you can give me a manipulation test, please.
I'm not very good at those.
Okay, a couple people succeeding here, a couple people failing. So if you succeeded, you recognize or know this pilot in one way, shape, or form. Name is Jennifer, and everybody just called her Jen. She's got the typical aviator, you know, glasses on, helmet, and all that. Looks like she's getting the dropship prepped along with Trevor. Eventually, you guys start to load up onto this shuttle, and just as in the second film, you lock in with the harnesses and countdown 3, 2, 1, and it's like a roller coaster as you guys are just plummeting out of the ship. Some of you perhaps shouting and whooping in excitement, others perhaps asleep like Hicks was in the film, because you've done this 1,000 times. It's not really that interesting anymore. But regardless, you are screaming out of your ship as the dropship plummets and then begins to make its way down to the surface of LV-426. And eventually, you guys break through orbit, and you can see the colony down below. At this point, all of you probably have a personal PDAT of some sort, a little personal device, basically like a tablet, to keep track of stuff on. And all of you would be given the schematics of the base. So I'm going to activate this. Does everybody see the map?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Wonderful. So you'll all recognize this from when we played before, but again, Hadley's Hope is 2 floors. You have your ground floor, which is level 1, upper floor, which is level 2, and then the sub-level, which is the basement. And then in the left-hand side, you can see the overview, which shows the layout of the base from overhead. You can see the wall and the landing pad in the image as well. And then the south tunnel over here on the sub-level, this tunnel leads to the processor, which you guys saw in the picture is way in the distance. And that's one of the devices that helps terraform the planet. But it looks like you are going to be coming in and probably going to the landing pad itself.
Are there any other ships docked at the landing pad?
There is. As you guys are making your way closer to all of this, Jen comes over the intercom. She says, Corporal, sir, we've got another ship down on the landing pad. Orders?
Out of curiosity, like a question for you. Am I supposed to just like, oh, okay, yeah, that's a bogey, blow the shit out of it, or like, are we supposed to? Can we just find another landing pad? I guess.
Oh, there's room for your drop
Okay.
ship. She's just telling you that, that's what she sees, and
Okay.
whatever you need her to do. I mean, you probably wouldn't blow it up unless they were actively firing at you.
Right. Yeah. Can I go up to the cockpit and like look?
Yes, give me an observation test at, well, actually, you probably don't even need an observation test. You can see there's a shuttle down on the landing pad, and it's kind of a faded whitish color from what you can see. Again, you're still kind of high up. It's kind of dark out, so you can't make out all the details. But as she circles around, you can give me an observation test if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd want to see if I can see like an insignia, like Wayland
Yeah,
Yutani or something.
I'll give you +1 since you got, you're up in the air. Nothing's really scaring you.
2 successes.
Okay.
You know what? Let's push. What would pushing do?
Well, you're going to gain a point of stress, and then it's going to re-roll it.
Oh.
That's lunacy.
That would be a
yeah.
waste. I would not
Yeah.
suggest it.
Would you
So
like to use your extra success for anything? Your stunt.
yeah, let me pull up the stunts.
Excellent.
Observation.
You guys can all hear the music playing, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you need to control it, just go to the music tab in the top right. You can change the volume if it's too loud or too soft.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find out if there are any more close by.
Okay. You do not see any other ships or vehicles of any sort anywhere. In the far, far distance, that's probably too far away, but you may see a tractor way in the distance. One of the big, colonial tractors the colonists would use day to day. But as far as vehicles, the only other thing you see is the landing pad, or the shuttle on the landing pad. It is kind of this faded white, and you do see that it has the Wayland Yutani logo on it. And you do also notice that the side hatch is open, totally exposed to the elements and to the rain, as the rain is beginning to come down.
I'll tell her to land and then let the squad know that there's a Wayland Yutani vessel we're landing next to, and we need to check it out before we go forward.
So Trevor, he's sitting in the co-pilot seat. When you walked up, you're standing in between the two seats looking, and he says, he looks like he's kind of checking some things. He says, Corporal, designation seemed to indicate that is indeed the shuttle for the inspection team of Miss Reynolds.
Oh, great. Even more reason to check it out.
And Jen shouts back to y'all, buckle up, boys, let me bring you all down. And she, swings the Cheyenne around, and you guys begin to land. She kind of waits if you are you guys all storming out? Basically, how are you approaching this, Corporal?
Wagner, you go out first, secure the area. Then we'll come out, follow.
He eagerly kind of salutes. He says, "Yes, sir," and he grabs his smart gun. Loads up the harness and everything, and then eventually Jen hits the button to lower the ramp, and you guys can all finally hear the sound of the rain out in the distance hammering down, and Wagner begins to step down the ramp and make his way cautiously towards the shuttle.
I'll go out second.
Okay. And what about everyone else? Anybody else do anything in particular here?
Yeah, I'm gonna file out and kind of just set up a viewing station so I can see, from the most directions.
Okay. All right. Sean, this is the tractor that you saw in the distance. These are what colonists on these types of colonies generally ride. They're actually pretty big. You've got to climb up into them in these huge ladders, and you can fit quite a few people in them. Most colonies usually have a couple of these. So there was one way in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't moving, it wasn't on fire, nothing like that.
Okay.
Just so you can kind of see what it looks like.
Did it seem like it was out of place for in the distance? Like it shouldn't have been that far?
Yeah, I mean, to you it looks like maybe it was either coming or going, and just kind of out.
Stopped.
Out in the middle of nowhere.
All right, interesting.
I was trying to find a picture of the dropship, but there's so much stuff here in Foundry, I'm not quite sure if it is, and if it is, I have no idea where the hell it is, so be that as it may. Yeah, no vehicles. Well, Wagner gets out, makes his way down the ramp, crosses, and all of you have comms where you can either comm to each other over an open channel, or you can potentially comm to people individually. And you all hear over the comm, "Sir, we've got a couple bodies, sir, and something else. You might want to take a look at this."
All right, I will grab Trevor the android, who's our medic, right?
Yes.
And I'll take him there and let's check this out. Oh boy, we're starting off strong.
All right. What do you have in the rest of the squad do? They're all kind of eagerly awaiting orders.
Is there like a walkway nearby that they can explore, I guess? Secure the general area?
So the landing pad is a big, open pad. Think of it like the 40K scenery piece. It's up on a raised platform. Okay, it doesn't have the retractable walls like the 40K piece does, but it's up on a raised platform, and there is a ladder that goes down to the ground level. You can also access the comms array, which is the big tower, which is right next to the platform, and then there's a refueling depot attached to the things. If you zoom in, you can see in the picture there, in the southwest is the comms array tower. On the east side of the platform is the refueling station, with basically like two massive, like an oil tank, you say like an oil tank truck, two of those that are stationary, with supports or beams, whatever, that holds it up, and then you can see there's the actual hose to connect it to a ship and refuel it.
Okay.
You guys, the corporate shuttle is on like the north end of the landing pad. You guys kind of end like on the southwest. There's probably enough room for one more ship if really needed be. But your ship is a little bit bigger because it's designed to carry the APC as well. But you guys didn't bring that because you're landing right here on the thing.
So I guess if everyone just wants to check out the comms array or the resource fuel loading area.
Well, you're in charge here, man, so you give the orders.
I'll say posting up on comms, sir.
Gucci. Or whatever the alien version of Gucci that my character would say is.
Yeah, would I be able to find like a panel or something to kind of jack into?
Yes. All right, here's the drop ship. There, I finally found the picture, so you guys can see.
The one that we came in on, or the one that was
That's
already
the one.
there?
That's the one you came in on, and then the
Okay.
back ramp can open up. It's the same one from Aliens. It can fit a whole APC in there,
God damn.
which is this thing.
Yes.
So the whole squad could be loaded up in there, and then when you drop the ramp, the APC could just roll out. But you guys had to bring an APC. Command did not dictate that.
Damn it.
You guys have the dropship. But the dropship does have several weapon systems on it, so it is armed. Yeah, so that's what you guys see there. Okay, so Corporal,
Yep.
you and Trevor make your way up to where Wagner is, and you can see that he's kind of scanning. He's got his gun kept on the open shuttle, and when you get there, first of all, you can see the shuttle side is open. As I said, the hatch is opened. Inside is quite the scene. There is there's a body of what is clearly a Weyland-Yutani individual on their back, just in the middle of the floor, and their chest looks like it is exploded. Like something went off in their chest, ribs exposed, blood and viscera everywhere. There is a dead alien creature next to him, near his head, which looks like a flesh-colored, spider-like creature with a long tail, and it's about the size of his head, and the limbs, almost to you, look like long alien-type fingers rather than feet or claws. It is on its back, and its legs are curled up as you would see an insect that had died.
Oh, gross.
It's kind of pale and gross looking. You see to the left, in the back of the shuttle, there is a body of another individual who is dressed a bit like a scientist. And I have an image here to show you. You see this individual slumped in the back of the shuttle. It's a male, kind of messy black hair, clean shaven, somewhat, maybe 20s or 30s, probably 30s, and wearing a lab coat. They're slumped in the back. Their back is against, the back of the shuttle. They're sitting on their ass with their legs in front of them, and you see there's blood all over the torso and chest of this person. You can't quite make out exactly what, because it's dark. You've got to shine your light in there to see, but you see that person. Basically next to them on the floor, you see a cutting torch. And you see there's another one of these alien critters, and it has been sliced in half by something. You also notice where this creature's been sliced in half, it looks like there are burn marks where the floor of the shuttle and even like parts of like the wall and stuff seem to have melted from some sort of weapon or intense heat. You see a large specimen tube, very similar to the one in the second film, where it's maybe a 2 foot tall, maybe a foot and a half wide in diameter tube that is capped on the top and bottom. These things are usually made out of some sort of like plexiglass. They're kind of hard to break, not just like regular glass that could shatter instantly. It's filled inside is another one of these creatures, and it also appears dead. It's all curled up and kind of discolored. Finally, in the pilot seat, you see another individual who looks like this. It is a woman. She also has black hair. She's wearing like a pilot type jumpsuit, and you can see that in her hand, dangling from the chair, she's still holding a pistol. And you see in the seat next to her, in the co-pilot seat is another one of these creatures, and it looks like it's obviously fucked up. Like parts of it are missing, like it blew up or was torn apart. You know, there's a leg here, leg there. You see like a bullet hole or two in the window of the ship, and there are more burn marks everywhere, especially on the seat where the creature's body is, and up on some of the controls, and part of the window has been melted as well. And you can see the woman, her head is slumped to the right, and you can see that her face in particular and her hands are horribly burned, almost melted.
Great.
You and Wagner will gain a point of stress when you see this absolute ruin of what the fuck happened here.
Okay. Not great. I will order Trevor to like do an autopsy or examine the bodies. I guess the one with the blown out chest.
Okay.
And then probably the science-y guy. And then I'm gonna relay pretty much everything to the squad. Like, well, boys, we got alien life forms. Look out for crab-looking things. Can I take a picture with like my little data pad and send it to everyone else?
Yeah, probably. I think
Alright.
I think that's something you could probably do. I mean,
I'll Snapchat them then. Just click it and send it.
yeah, let me think. I mean, Aliens tech is kind of low.
Got
Just
smart
give 'em-
guns.
Just
Would
give
they-
them the old AOL noises.
Would
Yeah.
they? Yeah. Would they? I mean, yeah. By the time they download the picture, you're all gonna be dead. So is it really worth it? Yeah. Sure. We'll say you could take some sort of picture, but it's very shitty and grainy, like a flip cell phone camera. You
And
know?
and just green tinted.
Yeah, exactly.
Old Game Boy.
Oh, great,
So-
great. Yeah, I'll relay that to the rest of the squad and just let them know that there's weird spider-like alien monsters, or at least there are two in here.
And here's here's a side image. You guys all know what a facehugger looks like, but
Yeah,
here's a shitty blurry image to kind of go with your shitty picture that you send them.
yeah, just be on the lookout for that. Who's our tech guy? Is that you, Kyle?
Yes, that would be me.
Okay. Can you look and try to hack in through cameras or something? Find out if we have any footage of the.
Yeah,
Colony?
Can I look around for a panel somewhere?
Yeah. So Trevor starts checking the bodies for you, while Wagner looks a little unnerved. Obviously, he has not seen anything like this since joining the Marines, and you've seen pretty bad stuff before, but it's still a little jarring, and the fact that there's these alien creatures you've never seen, that's what kind of sets you a little over the edge, because you're used to insurgents and weird alien species, but clearly something horrible went down in here. Oh,
Yeah.
Also, one last thing I forgot, there are 3 large leathery egg-shaped objects in the shuttle. Of
Oh.
them are petaled opened on the top, the 4 kind of petals that emerge outwards. They also look organic in nature, as the aliens do.
Okay.
Trevor,
But we only
begins-
see one. We only see one. Face hugger.
There's 3. Well, there's 4. There's the one next to the guy with the exploded chest. There's
Okay.
bits of one in the co-pilot seat next to the pilot with the fucked up face.
Right.
There's one cut in half next to the scientist in the back, and then there's one in the tube next to the scientist.
Okay. Great. So I don't have to. I can't push Wagner in here and hope he dies. Okay.
So Trevor begins to look around, take stock of the bodies. Meanwhile, who went where between the 4 of you? The other 4
Schneider
of you
went
should
up to the comms tower.
Okay. Everybody else?
That would probably be where I would head as well.
Okay. And then Garcia and Chan, what about you two?
I think I'm gonna check out the fuel loading station next to it.
Okay, and Chan?
I think I kind of want to get a closer look at the aliens and pop on the comms and say, "Sir, is there a contact protocol that we should be enacting? Should I come over to inspect? Is
Sure.
there any?"
Come on over, take a look. Just beware, it is horrifically gruesome.
Right. I brace myself as I enter, and
Well, it's terrible, and despite trying to brace yourself, you do gain a point of stress when you see the carnage in here. And yeah, these are alien species unlike anything you've ever heard or seen. And you and Trevor would both know that when it comes to alien species, sometimes there are containment or like protocols that are put in place in case somebody gets contaminated. That's what I was looking for. Again, you don't know what these things do, or what they're meant to do, so it's hard to say. And do you have any talents that could help you here with this?
I have analysis.
Well, that's the big one right there. Yeah.
Roll for observation to gain insight regarding strange and alien artifacts or creatures, and get a chance to study for at least one turn.
Okay, and then I think extra successes let you ask extra questions.
Alright. So that's observation, which is this guy.
How many did you get?
Looks like 2.
Okay, so I think you can ask 2 questions off the list.
Alright, first couple are pretty straightforward. Human or alien, dead or alive. I think we're pretty confident about those. I would like to ask, in regards to the alien facehugger, how does it work? And, well, should I go one at a time or just click both?
You tell me both. Yeah, that's fine.
What problems could it cause?
Okay. So you take a closer look at these things, and maybe you pull out some forceps or something to kind of just move it around so you don't have to actually touch it. What you're guessing, when you look at the one that's curled up next to the guy with the exploded chest, you can see on the underside of these things is this disgusting looking kind of phallic shaped appendix, and to you it looks like it's probably some sort of reproductive organ, whether it's to breed with another alien or lay an egg or impregnate something. But you're guessing that's what this is, and that's what this creature perhaps is for. You take a look at these eggs nearby, and the facehuggers look like they're about the right size. Even with their tails, they can obviously easily curl their tails up, that they could fit inside these eggs. So your first thought as you kind of take a look at the carnage around you is, egg hatched this thing perhaps tries to breed or impregnate or otherwise contaminate something, and perhaps that's the start of the alien life cycle. Can it cause problems? Well, you look around this shuttle and you're like, yeah, they could definitely cause problems. Meanwhile, our Comtech Marine and our sniper, you guys went up to the comms tower. So there on the ground floor, there is a storeroom with a generator, and then there's a winding staircase that goes up, and it's just like an air traffic flight control tower that you'd see at an airport, where it's got the panoramic windows all around, so you can see all around the base, and then there's a couple terminals here where flight personnel technicians would be seated. There's no one in here. Power seems completely off, and it is eerily quiet and empty.
I'd make my way up towards the top of the tower, and then take out my rifle and just basically use the scope and take a look around the area and see what I can see.
Okay, give me an observation test, please. And you can have a bonus of +2 if that's not already built in with the scope.
How would I apply the +2?
Right-click on the skill before you roll it, and then it'll give you the pop-up menu.
Got it. No successes.
8 dice. 0 successes. You realize the cover is not taken off, so you flip the cover on. But you don't really see anything from up here other than the outline of the colony. It's starting to get a little hazy because of the rain and the dark clouds, so hard to see. What you can tell, there doesn't seem to really be any lights on the base other than some emergency lights. Looks like the base is like completely powered down.
I'll just report to the comms like, I can't see shit from up here. Too dark.
Okay, and Cashton, what are you doing?
So power's out. Is there any way I can still jack into something regardless of that?
You could try, but generally you need a working terminal to get anything. But yeah, you
Okay.
plug in your machine and there's nothing. There's no power right now.
Gotcha. Okay. So probably looking around for the solution to the power problem would be behoove us.
Give me a Comtech roll.
Okay.
Okay. What would you like with your extra stunt here? Well, let me tell you what you know first, then you can decide. So
Okay.
you would know that you could do one of two things, most likely. It looks like you could do some serious work in here and probably get the generator up and running, which would at least give power to the tower. It looks like it's probably a backup generator just for the landing pad, probably not for the rest of the base. The other thing you could try to do is you could attempt to get, if the power is off in the base, you can try to get that restarted as well. You're guessing that's either somewhere in the sub-level or perhaps in the boiler room, which is in E block, E1. You know that there's, according to schematics, there's a boiler room down there. You're guessing that might be where they would have an engine or a generator or maybe the main circuit breaker, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, would I be able to check in with Corporal before making a decision?
Of course, and you can, if
Okay.
you want to use your stunt for anything, go ahead.
Oh, where do I do that? Is there?
Go to your journals and then check on the one that says skill checks and stunts.
Okay, and I did a.
You did Comtech, I believe. So for every extra success beyond the first, you can do one of those things on the list.
Oh, okay. Ooh, so was the roll to jack into the terminal?
The role is to kind of diagnose exactly what's going on and how you could fix it and what the problem is.
Okay.
Any solutions?
How about for this stunt, I'll get new or unexpected information.
Okay. Well, you know that in game terms, it'll take either a heavy machinery or a Comtech roll to get the tower up and running. It'll take a shift of work, which is a couple hours at least. And as you do a little more analysis, you look through more of the schematics, you can definitely tell for sure the generator is only going to turn on and function or power the landing pad. Now, if you got power back to the rest of the base, which is probably somewhere in the base, that would definitely affect this as well. But now that you do a little bit more analysis, you can tell the generator is just a backup generator for the flight control tower. Obviously, that's a very important part of the base. And, you know, with the storms and weather as it is on this moon, it's, you know, imperative that it would keep going. So it's strange to you that the power for this is down as well. It seems like something really bad must have happened, or some serious flaw, or maybe some sort of big surge knocked everything out.
Okay.
You can tell also that the processor in the distance, quite a distance away, still seems to be operational. You can see lights on, and some basic readings are telling you that it's not offline, which is good, because you know, if that goes south, that could be really, really bad.
Okay.
Like nuclear explosion bad.
Oh,
Like end of Aliens, bad. You know.
okay.
Or good, depending on how bad things get.
Also that.
That's true. But basically, it is like a the processor is basically like a reactor, basically,
Mhm.
for layman's terms. So that didn't melt down. That's good.
Okay. Yeah, I would probably relay to the corporal the two choices for the decision. Work on the backup generator now and get power to the localized area, or we probably would want to take one or two guys down and restart everything.
Okay.
Okay.
So it would take you a few hours to restart the generator, and that would just give it to the landing pad, right?
Correct, sir.
Do you know where the other place is? And do you know how long it would take you to go to do that?
I'm assuming it's down in the sub level, sir. And then, yeah, Chris, what would the time frame for that one be? Do I know that?
You have no idea because you'd have to see it
Oh, okay.
yourself. But yeah, you think it's
Yeah.
either in the sub level or in the boiler room in E1.
Okay.
Well, I don't think we can spare you for a few hours to just give power to the landing pad. So let's revisit the second one if we need to go to the sub level.
You got it.
Okay. And then Eric, as Mr. Garcia, you were checking out the fuel depot.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
If you want to give me an observation
I'm gonna
test, or unless there's something specific you're doing.
I'm gonna turn on my shoulder light.
Mhm.
And can I bayonet my knife?
Like on the end of your rifle?
Yeah.
I would imagine so. If not, yeah, we'll say you can. Why not? That seems cool.
Okay. So after hearing about the aliens, I'm gonna after getting the radio, I'm gonna attach my knife to my rifle
Mhm.
and turn on my light so that I can kind of scope around.
Okay, give me an observation roll. Okay. Just tell me what you guys get, because I'm not always on the chat tab, so I
got
hear it,
one.
but I don't see it. Okay. You look around, you don't see anything out of the ordinary. There's no damage, there's no other bodies or alien critters here, and you can tell that the tanks have plenty of fuel left in them. So if you need to refuel something, there's plenty here. Seems to be in working order. The fuel tank is pretty rudimentary. It doesn't really require power, quote unquote. It's kind of its own thing. So you could easily, even if you had to siphon gas, like if you had to get that desperate, you could.
Okay. And you said there's a lot of fuel still left in there?
Oh yeah, these are massive. Like, this is like the size of two, like, 18-wheeler gas trailers. That's the size of these two things.
Okay. And do we need to worry about filling up the shuttle?
No, your shuttle was completely filled before it came down, so it's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a note of everything that I find.
Okay. All right, Corporal, what's it gonna be?
Well, we didn't really find anything useful. Did Trevor finish his autopsy and...
Oh yeah, so he's not doing a full autopsy, but
Right, yeah, that would...
taking a look, and he says, "Well, sir, it appears something came out of this man's chest. Clearly, that's what killed him. The pilot has suffered extensive burns to her face. They appear to be acidic in nature, not from fire, definitely some sort of acid. And the scientist has several gunshot wounds to the torso. I imagine this is what killed him."
Great. So...
And
From the landing pad... Oh, go ahead.
Trevor kind of looks back and forth. He's like, "I assume this being the only firearm here, that the pilot perhaps intentionally or inadvertently shot the scientist. And he notes the bullet holes in the glass. Clearly, she missed some shots. And he says, if we wanted to use the shuttle for any reason, it would take some repairs to make it orbit worthy again. And he points to the fucked up windshield.
Yeah. From the landing pad, we can make our way to the actual Hadley's Hope colony, or
Yeah. You just you can see it right here on the smaller image. You guys just go around the wall, basically.
yeah.
So this is the air traffic control tower right here.
Okay.
You just go around south, and then you're at the edge right there. And there's basically, you can see there's northwest, east, and south locks. Those are the main entrances where you can enter.
All right.
And then the entrance to Billy's Bar is over here. That's a separate building. And then you can see other buildings are attached with the sky bridges that connect different parts of the colony together.
Okay. Kyle's character. What's Kyle's character's name?
Yeah,
Before we clear
Oh.
out, I had a couple things I wanted to throw in. The end of the analysis talent says, after a successful analysis roll, you reduce the stress level of all other PCs within a short range by 1, but a failed roll increases stress levels by 1. So I think with
Okay,
the
well that'll definitely affect
reasonable
Wagner
explanation.
and the Colonel.
Oh, that's sick.
I'm sorry, the Corporal.
Hey man, make me a colonel. I think that's higher, right?
No, it's way higher.
Yeah, baby.
If you were a Colonel, you wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
goal.
you'd
Yeah.
be in your
Make me a
pajamas,
colonel.
man.
I'll fly back up and I'll command from space. All right. Cashton, Kyle, can you see if any of the places we would enter the colony are currently locked, so we don't waste time, or?
I can't connect to anything. All the power's out.
Yeah, you have to go
No.
physically check.
All right. Let's regroup and go to the west storage lock, which is closest.
Trevor says, "Sir, perhaps some of us should remain behind to watch over the shuttle if we have a hostile species here."
Could. Who do we? I don't think we can spare anyone though. Can I just have the? I don't want her wasting gas and circling. Don't want to run out in case bad things happen. Is everyone else essentially capable of doing basic medical attention?
Not every. Well, anybody can try. I mean, you all have med kits, and you can all attempt. I don't know if anybody else actually has the medical skill. Does anybody?
Not here.
Give me one sec.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh, I have one little tick in medical aid.
Yeah, so does Garcia.
Okay. What's Trevor's skill in that?
He's the medic. That's all you need to know. He's good at it.
Yeah. Okay. How much fuel does our dropship have? Can she circle around for a few hours and then be good, or?
She could, yeah, if you want to do this Resident Evil 1 style.
Is that what
I mean-
happens in Resident Evil 1?
Yeah,
No!
remember, Brad flies around for
No!
the whole fucking mission.
Oh,
and then
you're
he
right.
shows up at the end, yeah.
Yeah, you
so
periodically call that motherfucker. Yeah, let's do it Resident Evil 1 style.
I'll make this real simple, Sean, just so I don't confuse. I don't want to have to deal with NPCs in the background here.
Okay.
So,
So
we're
you
gonna
want
keep them
Wagner.
on the shuttle, and
Okay.
you can either have the shuttle grounded or fly around for a while. Obviously, you have fuel if you do need to refuel here. And if the need be arises for them, they can easily be dropped off.
Okay, yeah, do that. I just didn't want to drop one of the players there. That would feel super shitty.
No,
Yeah,
no.
You're in the timeout corner.
Yeah, you know what? I'll stay back. You guys go ahead. I'm giving Chan the leadership role.
I mean, you could if you want to switch to one of the other characters and play them
No,
instead.
it's fine.
It's the right thing to do. Okay, so they load up, and Jen says, "All right, Corp, we'll be in the air. If you need anything, just give us a holler." and she says, "You just want me to circle the base?"
Yeah, if you see anything unusual, definitely call it in.
Will do.
All right,
Good luck out there, Marines. Stay safe.
you too.
Raw.
Shuttle crashes in flames.
Damn.
So, all right, where are you guys going?
West Storage is closest, right?
Yes, it is.
Before we sneak out, I wanted to also see if I could identify either the pilot or the doctor, any of the corpses in the shuttle.
I'm sorry, if you could what? Identify them?
Identify them? Like, do they have dog tags or anything of that nature? Like, who's that?
None of
It's
none of
Wayland
them
tags.
none of them have dog tags. The man with the exploded chest is in a Weyland-Yutani uniform. The woman and the scientist both have name tags. She's got like one on her, like her overall mechanic overalls, and then the scientist has an ID tag. The scientist says Sonny Sig, and you can tell that he is a scientist, like a lab technician for the base, for Hadley's Hope. And the other one, the pilot, hers just says Singleton.
Okay.
And you guys probably have a manifest of like everyone on the base, a list of everybody. So you can probably cross-reference that through your PDAT and find out that yes, those two work on the base. Sig is a scientist on the base, a lab technician, and then Singleton is a tractor mechanic / pilot. Third guy, you're guessing it's probably part of. Well, you guys would probably have. Well, maybe not. You're guessing, obviously, part of Miranda's team, but no identification.
All right. Sounds good. I guess we are ready to march out then.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have the pups.
Yes.
Can I release that and have them monitor it from the ship? Or how does that get monitored?
Okay. Well, did you see Prometheus? The film.
It was a while ago.
Okay. Well, the
But
pups.
yeah, I've seen it.
All right. The pups, you may remember, the scientist guy that looked like a dwarf slayer with the orange beard. He releases these two orb-shaped objects. He kind of throws them in the air, and they start to float around, and they do like a 3D scan of the building that they're in, of the alien structure. So basically they have these red lasers that come out the sides until they hit a wall, and as they fly around, they can map the base and what's going on. Now, you guys already have schematics, so you have a layout of the base. You know what everything's labeled, but yes, you can release them. But as far, let me double check the rules here. I don't know if they pick up anything other than like, you know, what the base itself. I don't know if they pick up life forms or anything like that. So let me check. But yes, you can release them. Now yours are suppressed pups. We've done a lot of research in the alien group trying to find out what the fuck that means, because it's not labeled anywhere in the rule book, but we've all come to a consensus that it means they are regular pups that can also do... They're stealthed, or they're hidden in some way, shape, or form. So let me get you your gear here, and I'll tell you. I believe it's a vision device.
It says they can detect life forms, atmospheric conditions, and toxins.
Oh, well, okay. It's probably the same description here. Sometimes called PUPs, these cost-prohibitive mapping devices have been in use for a good 100 years. PUPs employ limited anti-gravity propulsion to float around, across, and over otherwise difficult-to-navigate terrain. As these orbs scout about, they constantly scan a 360-degree area around the device with mapping lasers. The PUPs then send the spectrograph information back to a synced device, usually a starship or ground-based holotab, or a monitoring station in a mobile command vehicle. They can also detect life forms, atmospheric conditions, toxins, and more. Pups were given their nickname because they emit a haunting, hound-like howling sound as they seek and scan. They can scan one zone per round and detect any enemies in zones they pass. So yes, I guess they do detect life forms.
Nice.
I'm assuming it says mobile command station, so it would probably have to be the shuttle. That
You
would
probably
monitor.
have the holo tab. It's probably like another PDAT device that you would have to
Okay.
control them. So yeah, you've got that if you wanna give it
Yep.
a shot.
So I'll throw them into the air.
All right,
Like-
I will need a Comtech roll, please, to activate and get these things up and running.
0 successes.
All right, you are having trouble getting these things started. You're not sure what's wrong. Do you want to push?
Yeah, I'll push.
Oh,
Still nothing.
all right. Yeah. So, you guys can all see Garcia takes out the pups, and he's obviously trying to program them to the holo tab. And for some reason, they're either not turning on, or he's not doing it right, or he can't get them to sync, or they won't stay afloat. But you can't get them operational.
Alright. I'll put them back in my bag for now.
All right.
Damn. Junk. 50K down the drain.
I was gonna say $50,000 junk right there.
Jesus.
Oh, each. So that's $100 grand you got in that box.
Well, that is junk you can sell to someone.
Okay. Well, where do you lead the squad, or what do you guys do?
Let's go to the west storage lock.
West storage
Bust
lock.
that puppy open.
Okay. Well, you get to the door. It is closed, and you try to activate it, and nothing seems to work. It looks like it might need some sort of override from somebody.
Cashed in.
Yeah, is that my talent bypass?
I don't recall. What does bypass do?
You have experienced jury rigging toolkits and using diagnostic devices to hack doors.
Sounds about right.
So, yeah.
So that's going to be a Comtech roll.
Okay. And I just hit bypass, or...
Let me double check here.
Because it says I gain a +2, so do I just hit right-click on Comtech?
Yeah, right click and then add 2 to the bonus. And our astute listeners, if you're wondering why Cashed in the Comtech Marine sounds similar, if you've ever listened to Garblad Games, it is based off of one of their characters there. I'm a big fan of that podcast. Awesome job, guys. And that's one of their guys, Cash, so a little shout out to them. All right, Cashed in, 2 successes. You start to hack into the door, much like Hudson in the second film. Pull down the little panel, start hooking into it, and eventually the door begins to open up. What do you want to do with your stunt?
I'm gonna show off. So I'm gonna connect to it, and then, like the fucking Fonzie, I'm gonna knock the door, and it's gonna slide open.
All right. Well, the door opens up effortlessly in just a matter of seconds. Cashin gets it opened very, very quickly. You guys find yourself inside a dark storage locker or storage area. The rain begins to subside. Do you close the door behind you?
Sure.
At this, once you bypass it, you can open and close it normally. Now you've gotten the switch to work, basically a button on either side you just press to open the door.
Yeah, sure. Let's close it. Want to be polite.
So the door closes, the sound of the rain subsides, barely audible here, and you find yourself in this room right here at the end. I'll put your tokens on the map here just so you guys have them just in case. And it's dark. There's emergency lighting, you know, the yellow flashing lights or perhaps red lights along the floor. And that you can see there's a ladder that leads down to the lower level, and the hallway goes forward into the commercial offices. Who am I missing? There we go. You guys should all be able to select and move your tokens around, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Sit out. Schaefer. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So again, we don't need to worry too much about that. Schaefer, we can just keep you on the map for now to mark where everybody is, and if people go off and do their own thing, we'll worry about that later. But again, it's all zone by zone movement in Aliens, so we don't have to worry about grids or anything like that.
Sure.
So whoever's the observation guy, I'll have you lead the way and just, observe.
Okay. All right, after me.
All right, Garcia, what are you doing?
I kind of push past everybody.
Okay, you going down the hall or down one of the ladders?
I'm gonna go down the hall, and kind of like quietly and I don't know, make sure like that around that turn, like I'm like peeking around the turn,
All right.
So
Yeah.
Chris, like our mission was
is
to
there
find
anywhere-
out. Oh,
Find
sorry.
out what happened to the colony, why communication stopped. If there's a hostile force, eliminate it. Protect or extract any colonists if that's necessary, and find out why Weyland-Yutani sent that inspection shuttle here, and then all of a sudden communication was lost. See if there's any connection to that, and if so, what it is.
Right.
Okay, Garcia, give me a mobility test, please. If you have any talents for stealth, this is where you can
I
use
do.
them.
Okay.
It's probably a good time to point out,
Oh,
listeners, all of
right.
our Marines here have 2 talents, and they have
Hold
a
on.
little bit more than starting skills.
It's the second one.
Well, I mean, the first one, just
Yep.
go ahead and roll 2 dice, and we'll just keep the first roll because you had more successes there. It is a +2 bonus, right? Stealthy?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it
Yep,
did them together.
I got it.
Whoops.
There.
Okay, it's nothing, just 2. Okay, well, you begin to very quietly make your way down the hall. You do have a stunt if you'd like to use.
Stunt.
Yeah, you have 2 successes on your first roll.
Oh. No, I guess just like I'll peek down the ladders too as I'm walking past them,
Okay.
see if I notice anything.
No, everything is dark. The power is very clearly off in the base. Emergency or some sort of backup warning power is on, but other than that, it's pretty minimal. You make your way down this hall, you turn the corner, you find yourself in the commercial offices. This is where a lot of the corporate agents of the base would conduct some of their business or hold meetings. And as you make your way through the hall, you see what clearly is the wreckage of some sort of fight. On the ground, you see the damaged and fucked up remains of what is very obviously an android, and he looks something like this. He is wearing clearly workers' clothing of some sort, perhaps some sort of jumpsuit, and he's got the look of perhaps a mechanic or some sort of manual labor technician. Blonde, kind of dirty blonde hair, clean shaven, and this android has been very fucked up. One of its arms is completely gone, you don't see it anywhere, and the head has been almost completely severed and is like hanging to one side. It's on the ground, completely motionless, not moving at all. The typical white android blood is all over the floor and the walls. There's a large wrench nearby, near this android, like one of those massive wrenches you need probably to fix a tractor, something really, really big, some big piece of machinery. You can see that the wrench appears to have some melted damage to the head of it, and there are several windows that kind of make up the walls. You know, like it's a big window that you can look into some of these rooms rather than just a solid wall. It's like a window wall. And you know that these things are like that crazy sci-fi plexiglass, so they're kind of hard to destroy unless you like shoot them with a firearm. If you try to punch them or hit them, unless you have a tremendous amount of force, they usually don't give. You see 2 of those windows are completely smashed out. There's glass everywhere. There's tables and chairs in 2 of these offices that are overturned and thrown over like a massive fight broke out. And most horrifying of all is on the ground around this guy, there are clear more burn marks of the floor being melted and parts of the wall being melted. And most horrifying of all is nearby this this android, or what's left of it, there is the prone, crumpled form of a large black alien creature with an elongated head, 2 arms, 2 legs, strange types of pipes sticking out of its back, silvery metallic teeth, and a tail that ends in like a spiked tip. Part of the creature's head looks smashed in and crushed, and you can see this kind of greenish, yellowish blood that you're assuming is blood all over the place, and all around where this thing is laying, parts of the floor are melted. You guys all saw that picture, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. You will gain a point of stress when you see this, and we're gonna take a quick break here so I can get Dr. Pepper.
Okay.
Classic.
Alrighty, yeah, I'm gonna get a drink too.
Classic Chris and his Dr. Pepper.
One might call it an addiction, but if it's
Hey.
coming from a doctor, it's gotta be good.
It's true. Dr. Pepper, whenever you guys want to sponsor the show, we're waiting. Just saying.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go get a drink too.
Chris, I had a question about my other talent.
Yes, which one?
It's called banter. What determines a safe place?
So, in order to reduce stress in this game, you guys have to spend I believe, a turn, which is 5 to 10 minutes, in a safe place. And for every turn that you spend basically resting and not doing anything else other than perhaps talking, you can reduce a point of stress. Whenever you guys have a chance to do that, if someone has the banter skill, they can use that talent, and everybody reduces an additional point of stress. So you basically have to be in a place doing nothing but chilling.
Gotcha.
So I would say right now, obviously not a safe place. You guys don't know what's around you. You've found a couple bodies. You've seen some alien life forms, and there's obviously signs of struggle and damage. So now, if you found like a room to barricade yourselves in, or something that seemed relatively like fortifiable, then you could probably do something like that, or an area that you know is clear and doesn't have any hostiles nearby.
Mm-hmm.
Garcia, you back yet?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, what do you do after you see that site?
I mean, is everybody with me, or is everybody watching?
You
Like,
scouted
basically
ahead,
all-
so no, you're in
Okay.
that area alone right now.
Okay. I'm gonna radio back. Radio yell. Should I yell? How far are they?
I
Probably
mean, they're down the
close.
hall, but it's
Yeah.
up to you.
All right. Yeah. I'll just yell back that. More dead bodies spotted, and a much larger alien than crabs.
Gonna
So,
puff my cigar real deep and start walking forward.
I don't know what she saw, but this ain't it.
Yeah. All right.
Not like any crab I ever saw.
Ain't got no pincers. Probably wouldn't boil well.
I
Damn.
need a bigger knife.
That's not a knife.
Well, the rest of the squad rounds the corner, and you see the wreckage of this android and the alien creature. And yeah, it is definitely not a crab. Everybody else, other than Garcia, because he already did it, takes a point of stress.
Ooh.
You guys have probably
Alright.
seen androids torn up before. It's still a weird
Yeah.
sight, but this big ass alien, that's not right.
Damn. Well, it looks like we found our hostiles.
I'll kind of approach the body alien, kind of use like the tip of like my gun, just kind of like move it around a little bit, be like, "What is this thing?" Like, damn.
It's heavy, and you can tell it's crumpled up. But you're guessing if it was standing at its full height, it would definitely be taller than any of you.
Damn, it's ugly.
Yeah.
It's gross. That's while we're here. If we've prodded it enough times, I'm gonna take a closer look and try to gain some insight through analysis of the corpse.
Sure.
Of the presumed corpse.
You know what? Maybe
Oh,
we
God.
should shoot it a little bit. Double check.
Yeah, just pop it in.
Oh, fail. Do you want to push?
I think I will. If you get a panic, do you auto fail and do the panic roll, or
So if you
do you like
panic,
it a half?
you make a panic roll, and if you roll a 10 or higher on your panic test, you fail at what you're doing. So until you have like 4 or more stress, you won't fail at what you're trying to do.
I will push.
Okay.
Okay.
Like, good thing, because you would have gave the rest of your team a bunch of stress there for failing.
Yes.
So,
that would be very bad.
all right, well, you succeed. So everybody reduces their stress, and you can ask 2 questions.
Okay. Whoops. Ignore that. I think I want to ask, how does it work and what problems could it cause? Specifically, kind of trying to discern the burn nature of the surrounding area.
Well, you can tell that this is clearly a larger, more mature species of this alien. How it came to be like this, hard to say. It's way too big to fit in one of those eggs, and way too big to be any sort of embryo that the face hugger might lay or infect somebody with. Now, that's not to say this isn't a grown-up version of something like that, but you don't really understand their life cycle at this point. You can definitely tell that the blood of this creature is acidic, and that is this greenish yellow goo that you see, and that is what is causing all these burn marks. That alone is pretty terrifying and obviously problematic. If you're trying to fight these things, you're guessing that anything that would cause any sort of blood loss, especially like gunshots and bladed weapons, and probably even bludgeoning weapons, if you bludgeon it hard enough, would cause this acid to get released. And if it's anything like a blood splatter, you could only imagine this acid splatter would be obviously 10 times worse. You can also tell that the size of this thing would indicate it's probably quite strong. You can't really tell if it's fast or not. I mean, it's a big creature, but some big creatures have very powerful legs, such as an ostrich, and this thing is pretty big like that, so it could potentially be fast. You could tell that this thing's claws could probably, if not just crush somebody, probably tear through something if need be, and its tail looks quite formidable. I mean, the spike alone looks like it could probably pierce stuff, and it looks long and prehensile enough that it could probably trip things or give it some range that it otherwise might not have. You don't know if it's like prehensile in the sense of like Skaven and Blood Bowl, where they can like fight with 2 weapons, that sort of thing, but it looks like it could be used as some sort of weapon.
Terrifying. Well, I definitely relay the acidic blood theory to the rest of the team and lament that I should have brought my flamethrower. maybe now would be a good time to ask really quickly on how the ultra diffusive environmental poncho works, at least within the scope of like, would this be something that could be worn over armor, or is it its own like thing?
I think it
Like
can
that
be,
in the
but yeah,
hazmat suit.
let me check for you. What was it called again?
Ultra diffusive environmental poncho.
My goodness, that's a mouthful.
Yeah.
Is it?
It's
Is it
abbreviated UDEP.
depth?
UDEP.
UDEP poncho. Is it in the list? Or I have to hunt for it like everything else. Oh, here we go. These camouflage rain coverings are worn to protect from the elements, chemical spills, and more. Treated with an infrared absorbent coating, these ponchos can make a marine nearly invisible in the rain. +2 stealth in wet environments. Often worn by CBRN specialists in the field, the poncho offers a +2 stamina bonus to resist chemical and biological contaminants, so long as no damage has pierced it. Also, for any equipment you guys have, guys, if you click on the little pencil icon, it'll bring up another menu where you can look up the notes and description. That should mostly explain any items that you have. I'm hoping it's that way, at least. It is an item that's in your inventory, right?
Yeah, so I read that much. It has a slightly different icon from the armor, where it's like a little hazmat suit head as opposed to body
so
armor. I didn't. It's like
that-
a class of armor, but
So, I don't know really if the icons matter. It's still under the armor category. Technically it's protective gear. This particular item is not in Foundry yet because this is from the new Marine book. So I just used the hazmat thing and then I just changed it to have the correct stats. But yeah, so it says +2 stamina against chemical and biological contaminants. Stealth +2 in wet environments. So I don't think the acid would help here because acid damages your health and your armor. You don't make stamina checks against it. I think the stamina is more for like a chemical, like if you inhaled like formaldehyde, for example, or something like that could cause some sort of damage. You can wear it over your armor. It's a poncho. It's a future poncho, but it's a poncho nonetheless. So that you can wear over your armor, no problem. If nothing else, I would say it might protect you a little bit from the acid in that if any acid got on it, it would eat through that before it ate through your armor and then your flesh. So it might soak a little bit of acid before it starts to get to the rest of you.
okay. So it's just another sheet of newspaper over.
Basically. Yeah, camo waterproof newspaper.
All
Good
right,
for
we'll let
sneaking,
that-
but not good for armor.
Exactly.
It's like you're a scout in 40K.
Ba-dum-bum.
All right. What's next?
So currently, there's no power, and it's like emergency lighting, so brief flashes of like red occasionally.
Yeah, or the yellow emergency lights that are on, kind of those
So-
amber color ones.
It's probably gonna be kind of hard to see if these motherfuckers come running up at us.
Oh yeah. It's dark and they are jet black.
So maybe we should work on getting the power back. Hey, Cashton.
Hey, that was my plan. I'm saying we got to go down to the sub-level.
All right. Well, I guess we should go down to the sub-level and see if we can start that power back up.
Are you going to the sub level or to the boiler room?
Or yeah, I thought that was. Is that not in the sub-level?
Sub level is this whole separate map. Level -1.
Oh, with the
boiler room
housing.
is the boiler room is in E block, E1.
Oh,
See,
that's kind of
okay.
close. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
boys, let's go that way.
Let's do that.
Let's do that. Yes.
Okay, so you have two choices here, Corporal. You guys can take a ladder, get up to the second floor, and cross the bridge here. And then you'd get into B block, go to E block and go down the ladder, or you can go out this door right here in C block, go outside right here, cross under the sky bridge, and go to the south lock.
Let's do that because it's like daylight out, right? Or it's no,
I
it's
mean,
almost always nightish.
It's dark. I mean, you guys can still see. It's not like nighttime at this point, but it's like heavily overcast right now.
Then I guess we'll go up the stairs to B block, down to E
I
block,
I
and then
guess
down
I guess what I would say, you do have better lighting outside right now than you do inside.
Okay, then if that's the case, we'll go outside.
Yeah,
Easier to see, I would think.
as you guys are walking through, you could probably tell that all the emergency shutters have been closed. So it is like pitch black in here, except for the emergency lights.
Before we leave Block C1, I'd like to check that dead android to see if he had any sort of like security card or anything on him that could help getting through these doors or security halls.
Yeah.
Give me an observation test at +2.
Pass by 2.
Nice.
Okay.
Or 2 successes, I should say.
Let me see. It looks like all that he had. Actually, well, he does. So he's got the big wrench, which clearly he was using as a weapon. But he also has electronic tools and a watch, which is called a what is it? Samony E series watch.
I'll definitely put the watch on.
Okay.
Looting. Nice.
Yeah.
I'll give you that in just a second. You don't have access to the. I'll just get it for you.
1
No.
star.
And the tools, I'll just kind of pick up and toss them over to Cashton.
Okay.
Now, Chris,
Yes.
for androids, do they have like a? I don't know much about androids in this universe. Do they have like a data or something jack where they would record all the information that they've like seen and observed, or are they not like that?
It depends on the android, so hold on one second. So
Okay.
Schneider, it should be in your inventory now, the watch. You can activate it, inactivate it if you need to. And then Cashton, he throws you some electronic tools, which I think you already have, right?
I do have electronic tools, yes.
Oh,
Okay.
you already have that. Oh, well then. I don't know who'd want this then.
Do you just take it for yourself for now?
You can hold on to it.
I'll just put it in your inventory. If you want to
Sure,
use somebody else
sure.
can. All right.
Pretty neat. I'll show you how to use it.
Oh, bone. Okay.
To answer your question, Corporal, it depends on the model of android. You know that Wayland Yutani typically has the most advanced ones, the ones that actually look and could pass for a human, especially if you didn't know. This clearly looks like it's that type of model where it's meant to be a human, and unless it was bleeding, you wouldn't probably know it's an android. They vary wildly. Like the Walter model, that's your medic, is about as top of the line as they get right now. They're almost indistinguishable from humans, and they can mimic voices, things like that. If nothing else, if you could somehow get this thing reactivated a la Alien 3 Bishop style, you could potentially communicate with it.
Okay. Cash, you want to?
Wouldn't take too long, probably a couple minutes, give or take, to at least try to get it operational to the point where you can communicate. If you wanted to actually repair it to where it was up and walking again, that would probably be at least a shift worth of work.
Oh, I don't care about
But-
walks. I just want to know what it knows.
But a repair would probably only be about a turn. So,
Cashton?
Cashton, if you want to give a Comtech test here, try to repair our android friend.
Woo!
Oh, crushing it. What do you want to use your stunts for?
I have 2 now.
Yes.
Okay. So would this be considered repairing something?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I don't want to roll to overcome the exact same challenge in the future.
Okay.
Or
So
would
you're
that be limited to androids?
Yes. So if you
okay.
if you ever need to repair an android to at least get it communicating again like this, you can do it automatically without having to roll.
You know what? I'll forego that one. We'll do a gain a +1 mod to a later skill roll. And then new or unexpected information.
Okay, so you can get +1 to a future Comtech roll. And then, well, it starts to flicker to life. You see the eyes open up. You hear the weird, distorted, sound of its voice starting to crackle back into existence. You guys can see, like, its remaining hand kind of twitches a little bit, almost like it's, grasping at nothing. And eventually the eyes open up. You've got the head basically propped up on the floor, kind of like Ripley did in Alien 3 with Bishop's head. And eventually it kind of goes from that distorted voice to a regular sounding voice. And he kind of looks up at you.
Corporal, we're online.
Great. Well, start asking it questions. Anyone ask any questions that come to mind? Do we know its name? What's your name, droid? Synth?
The Holroyd. And he looks at you, he says, Corporal, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Looks like its ears work. Great.
It laughs, but it's like, ha ha
Ugh.
ha.
Cringe.
Clearly it's damaged a little bit.
Can you tell us what happened here? Aside from you being almost killed by that thing?
His eyes kind of dart towards the body, and then he looks back. He says, Corporal, infestation began not too long ago. One of our wildcatters was infected by one of the smaller creatures. It birthed a larger creature, and before long, the base was overrun. I was out making repairs to one of the processors with 4 other individuals, another group. Our tractor broke down about halfway back. Well, our tractor broke down. We were waiting for someone from the base to come and help us out, give us repairs. And they told us things were getting a little out of hand at the base. They had some sort of problem. Eventually, our supervisor that was with us said that we should make the way back to base ourselves. So we got out and walked through the rain, left the tractor behind, and we got here and we found this place pretty much empty. Power was off. Many people were slain, including the inspection team from Weyland-Yutani, and we decided to try to escape. We found the scientist that was with the inspection team, secured her key card. She was impregnated by one of the aliens, and she died because of that. And one by one, we were picked off. I tried to hold this one back to let the survivors escape, and that's the last thing that I recall before I was taken offline.
Wow. Okay.
He looks
Where
up and he
was-
says, did anyone else make it, Corporal?
To be determined. To be determined.
You said the entire Wayland team was killed by these creatures?
Unknown for sure. And he looks at you, and he's like, he obviously looks at your insignia. He says, Lance Corporal, we did not explore the entire base. We did find Miranda, and we then found Dr. Comiskey. We got her access card to the shuttle, and that's when we tried to make our escape. At that point, there was only 3 of us left, and I don't know what happened to them. Well, I know what happened to one of them, but the other 2 tried to escape while I held the creature off, and I don't know about the rest of Miranda's team. I myself did not see any others.
Do you know where the body of the Weyland-Yutani researcher or inspector was? Or her
We had-
corpse is?
We met Dr. Comiskey in the med lab, and as we were leaving, the creature burst from her chest in the hallway.
Ugh.
I imagine
Gross.
she's still there. And that would be an E2.
Okay.
So the mid-lab is.
Okay, so that's close to where we're going, so that's good.
Are you aware of any more of these creatures?
He looks at you. Are you private first class or just private?
Private first class.
He looks at you and he says, well, there were several of the spider-like creatures. Dr. Comiskey had a dead one near her, along with another body that was in the med lab. There was one in one of the tubes, which I had noticed our scientist had tried to take with. But by the time I noticed it, this one was already attacking us. I didn't have a chance to stop him. I assume he was trying to take it to, get some clout with the company. Our supervisor was dragged off by one like this. It's a little bit smaller. It was so fast, but it stabbed her with its tail and dragged her off screaming. And another one of our friends was killed down in the geolab area. We were going for the power, but we didn't quite make it to the boiler room.
Do they have a weakness? How did you kill this one?
All I had was this. I don't normally carry any weapons. And I mean, we're all just colonists here. Our supervisor had a gun, and so did our pilot. And we found a couple other things, a couple tools here and there, cutting torches and things, but we weren't able to get into the armory. It was locked, and we couldn't find any of the access keys. We didn't find any other weapons, so we just used what we could, and I just did everything I could to kill this one. Made quite a mess of the place. He kind of looks around at all the stuff thrown about. I don't think they really have a weakness. The acid blood seems quite a potent defense mechanism.
Yeah. Is he torn up in a way that, like, it would be easier to carry? Is he only, like, I don't know, like 50,
Nope.
60% there?
No, so his left arm is completely gone. You don't see that anywhere. And the head is almost completely severed from the body. There's like just a flap of the artificial skin holding it on.
So if we just, cut that flap and he can still talk and stuff, right? He's not like, he doesn't need his chest or anything?
It looks like it, yeah.
Alright.
Cashton, you'd be able to tell. Yeah, you could just cut that flap of skin and just carry the head around, and he could still talk. You know that with most androids, most of the important stuff is in the head.
Yeah. So
So
Cash and do that, I guess.
It's time to your belt.
Yeah, gonna Ymir this.
Sorry,
yeah,
I don't
I'll
have.
just have
hallway.
it dangling.
There's no alien head to add to your inventory, unfortunately, like in the Game Boy game. Okay, so how are you gonna carry him exactly?
I don't know, just tie some
Yeah.
rope around his head and like
Cradle
loop
it
it on
like
your
a
belt.
baby.
Yeah, I guess fashion like some sort of rope harness and just put him on the side of my belt.
Do you guys have any rope with you?
Oh, let's see. What do I have?
I know you guys have backpacks.
I have the individual marine pack. I don't know what's in it.
That's the backpack, which includes the med kit. Let's see what's in there. Oh, gotta find it first, though. Never easy. Waterproof medium backpack comes standard, equipped with a med kit and a supply rating 4 of food and water. In addition, it allows you to carry 2 more regular-sized items than normal without being over-encumbered.
Well, it's handy.
So, I mean, you could stuff his head in the backpack.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't have any rope.
He's like, it's quite all right. I don't mind if I can be of any help.
Well, okay. Can I position it so he can, like, try to is there a way to give him a porthole?
I'll tell you what. If you want to give me a, give me either a, give me a survival test. See what you can jury rig up.
Ooh, okay. Nothing.
All right. Yeah, you like try to cut a hole in your backpack so he can see out of it, and it's just like it doesn't really work, you know.
All right.
Unless you
sorry,
want to push.
No. I'll just apologize to the head and promise him that I'll describe what's going on.
He says, that's fine. It's okay. And he introduces himself, you know, to all of you, like, kind of properly, especially you, Cashin, since you're carrying him. He says, my name is Holroyd. I was a maintenance technician here, mechanic.
Be like, hi, I'm Cashton. Get in my backpack.
All right, you have Holroyd's operational head. Congratulations.
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Okay, what's next?
All right,
We just
Torben,
gotta
Um,
find
head
the
up
door
wide.
that has a keyhole shaped just like his head. And that'll be the way forward.
I guess we're going out towards C block 1 to go outside, and then go towards the south lock.
Okay. While you do that, as you come outside, everybody can give me an observation test, please. Now we've got a cat. Good job, buddy.
Nice. Let's see skills.
And always count on Valdemar to come and hang out during the podcast. Ooh, crushing it there. All right. Ooh, Manny. We have a panic test for Mr. Garcia. Go ahead and roll your panic, please. All right, you're keeping it together, obviously. So in that case, you would still succeed at your roll, even though you had a panic. So everybody who passed, you see that there is a body in the road, basically the space between the two sides of the base, right like here, kind of in the middle of the street, between Billy's Bar and like A block. So right about where my cursor is, right about here. Face down, in the rain.
I'll check out the body. I'll kind of pull up my rifle and look at the scope and just see if there's anything odd going on with it, or see if I can recognize anything.
How many successes did you have?
2.
You can see that there is some broken glass around this guy.
Stone from the 2nd floor.
And the body, the clothes in particular, look like burned. Not like acid burns, but like actual fire burns. Like his clothes look charred.
I'll approach the body.
All right.
Hey, we're not here to inspect every dead body. Let's get the lights on.
Do you keep going over there?
Yeah, I keep
Schneider?
going over there. I keep
All
going
right.
over there.
So Schneider ignores you, as he usually does, and he creeps over to the body, and when you get there, you can see that, yeah, this guy was clearly on fire at some point. Looks totally scorched. His skin is black and charred, and you can see that the glass around him is the color. It's not window glass, it's colored glass that you would, especially your character, you've got the fucking bottle cap, you recognize it's probably from some sort of bottle. And when you turn to your left, you can see the opening to the bar. The doors have been absolutely annihilated, as if something tried to tear them down or break in. You see massive claw marks against the door. One of them is like ripped off the hinges and like almost splintered in half. And then you can see that the bar inside is dark, but it looks a little disheveled. And that is a point of stress for you when you find this charred body.
Okay. Well, I want to check the body. See if I'm ideally looking for some sort of like a security card or security pass, something like that.
Okay, give me a observation at +2.
Ooh. I got a success, but I got a real stress.
Alright, just don't roll a 6 and you'll be fine. Close, you rolled a 5. Alright, well, you are okay. It shakes you a little bit, but you've seen burned bodies before. I mean, who hasn't, right? It happens every weekend. So, anyway, you search this guy. You don't find anything really useful on him. You do find that his name tag says Osterman, and it's clear to you that you see there's a bottle under him that's been crushed, and you can see that there is a rag stuffed inside the head of the bottle.
Oh, like a Molotov cocktail kind of a thing?
That's what you're guessing, and it's only because he fell on top of it that this one, the rag, like, didn't get totally burned.
Mm.
You're guessing with the weather, he probably might not have been on fire for very long, and the rain put the fire out.
Alright, well, I'll go back to the rest of the group and continuing towards our objective.
Okay. Well, you guys make your way to the south lock. Now, do you tell them about that, or you just check it out and go?
I mean, I'll say there's nothing of value there.
All right. Did the rest of you guys wait for him to come back, or do you keep going when he goes off?
I'll keep going. I mean, he's probably done this before. He'll find his way back.
It's true. He does it all the time.
I'll wait, and I'll give him a hard time. Be like, told you, nothing over there.
Well, so the three of you continue while Garcia waits for him to catch up. You guys make it to the door to the south lock, and again, the door here appears to be, let's see, this one? Yeah, this one is locked. You'll need to override it, Cashton.
Okay. I will do the bypassing.
Oh my god, 9
Wow.
dice, not a single success. Do you want to push?
Brutal.
Yeah, so what does push do again?
It'll give you a point of stress, and you'll re-roll everything.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
Wow. There we go, 2 successes.
Wow.
All right, this door's a little bit trickier. It's quite the same, but you do manage to get it open, and you find yourselves in the darkness of this lower level, and you can see that in here there are a couple rooms. There is one that is clearly marked as the boiler room. There's a couple geological labs, which you guys would be able to know is where they monitor the terraforming progress of the planet. And there's some research offices in here as well. That's the first thing you see as you open it up, and you're just kind of scanning your light across everything. So,
Okay.
what do you guys do?
I mean, can we get inside?
Yeah.
We've all got I guess our flashlights aren't just automatically on, so I'll just turn mine on.
Yeah, you can just turn them on and off. You have control over them.
Yeah, I'll turn mine on, and observation guy, I guess you're on point again. Don't die.
Okay,
Yeah,
so eventually Garcia and Schneider regroup with you guys. Garcia, if you want to make another mobility roll to stealth ahead.
Okay.
Oh, a panic test on 11 dice, not a single success. Holy fuck, you're bad at this. Well, you keep it together. However, you cannot push because you panicked.
Sure.
So, luckily, nothing terrible happens, but all of you painfully can hear Garcia just stomps into the room. You could tell he's trying to be quiet. He does a terrible job. And you actually trip over something, and you audibly like swear when you trip and make a loud noise as your gun like bangs into something. And you turn, you see there's a body on the floor, and it is a older looking man with grayish hair, kind of a salt and pepper beard. He's got like a white dirty shirt on with kind of a dark vest, maybe like a black or a brown, and he is covered in blood, many scratch and claw marks all over his body, and his face appears to have been crushed and smashed in, like from like his upper lip to the top of his forehead has just been smashed into his skull, brain and skull bits everywhere. There is a cutting torch still gripped in his dead hands. All of you will gain a point of stress because you all see it when Manny trips. He trips right over it. And it's brutal. You guys have seen some nasty shit, but the face in particular, it's awful. And you see that he has a name tag on him, Garcia, that says Hirsch.
I'm gonna call back to Schneider. Like, hey, I found another dead body for you. You want to have at this one too?
You joke, but there could be something useful. You don't know.
Hey, all yours.
Do you start rummaging through the body?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't forget his back pocket.
Give me another. Jesus. Give me another observation at +2.
Whoa.
Nothing.
Wow. Well, the cutting torch is impossible to miss, but you don't find anything else on him.
Sure, I'll take the cutting torch. Why not?
All right. When you check it, you realize it does not have any power left.
Oh, then I just toss it.
Okay. You guys see Schneider picks up the cutting torch, takes a look at it, and just throws it to the side like it's completely worthless.
Nothing here either.
I guess we'll just keep moving. Well, we can ask the android who this is, right? At least with the name tag.
Yeah, he says that was one of the men I was trying to escape with. His name is Morgan Hirsch. He's another technician here on the base. He was going to try to get the power started for us. He says, I believe he was an ex-Marine at one point in his life. Basically just a janitor here, but he's a good guy. A little gruff around the edges, but he didn't deserve this.
I don't think anyone deserves this.
You can all tell there's definitely some sincere, like, regret and sadness in this android's voice.
Is that unusual? Normally androids can't, like, actually feel things, right?
Again, it depends on the model. If it's like a Seegson, one of just the blue working Joes, you know that they're like total robot. But the Weyland-Yutani ones, which this guy clearly is a model of some sort, you know, can be quite convincing. So, I mean, as far as, you know, you can tell with like Trevor, for example, you know, he seems to be, you know, legitimate in his sincerity, you know. Even to Schneider, who treats him like just like a machine. He's just like, you know, fix me up, robot, you know, that sort of thing. Like, he still is like polite to him and treats him nicely. And, you know, even though you can't stand Wagner, and, you know, you just think he's probably going to die one of these missions, you've been able to tell that like he's struck up a friendship with Wagner. So, I mean, it seems legit to you.
Okay, well, guess we just got to keep going. Nothing we can do here, right?
All right. Well, do you guys continue on, or do you try to get the power started? What's the plan?
With regards to the power, should we double check with Thyroid of where the nodes and all of that are, or do you have a lock on things?
He would confirm if you go into the boiler room. He says it's nicknamed the boiler room, but I believe someone actually changed the name of it in the system. But the engine that powers up the primary generator and the backup is in here. You should be able to get power back to the base.
Yeah, we should probably do that.
Okay. All right. So, Cashton, I assume you probably go to try to get the generator and all that working. What do the other, the four of you do?
I'm gonna post up at the end of the hallway. Make sure nothing surprises us.
Okay.
I'll go with Cashton in case anything happens.
I'm going to set up a defensive position too and just kind of keep an eye out.
All right. Does anybody go check the geolabs that's in this area?
Wait, where?
I don't think they're marked on the
labs
map.
plus boiler room. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, why not? Check out the labs.
Okay, so Cashton and Schaefer, you guys go into the boiler room, which, as Holroyd explained, does turn out to be like the main, tech room here. So there's a lot of heavy machinery that powers the generator and the backup here, and it looks like perhaps it was either shut down intentionally or perhaps some sort of circuit broke and it just needs to be repowered. But it seems like a pretty easy fix. Might take a couple minutes, but Cashton, you can give me either a heavy machinery or it'll be a comtech at -2.
Wow, I get a little stress again. Jesus.
I'm gonna go with the heavy machinery.
Okay, so Emma comes over to try to help. Schneider does, and he just can't get it working. He probably kicks it. Wow,
Oh.
I've never seen so many blanks in this game. 7 dice and not a single one. Do you want to push?
So what does the stress level go up to?
It goes up by it doesn't. There's no max. Stress can go on forever.
Oh, great.
I mean, technically 10 is where people sometimes call it, because at that point, but
You're an
theoretically there's no limit. Yeah.
Yeah. You turn into an idiot. Yeah, so I'll push.
Okay, go for it.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
No.
Just wow.
So, Corporal, you're watching as 2 of your Marines are pressing buttons, turning gears, and probably in Schneider's case, just kick the thing and then walk out the room. Nobody can get this machinery up and running.
I can't do it while you're watching.
I will close my eyes. Just pretend like I'm not here.
Well, this takes a couple minutes, and you can't try a test again unless the conditions have changed significantly, or you have another way to go about it. So I'll let you guys think about that. Meanwhile, Garcia, you're just kind of are you guarding the hallway to the north, further into the base?
Yeah.
Okay, and then who went into the labs? Was that you, Chan?
I went to the labs.
Oh, you went to the labs. Okay.
Sure
Chan,
did.
what are you doing? Are you just chilling?
Yeah, I'd follow into the labs
Okay.
and inspect that.
So into the geolabs, the 2 of you go, and again, this is where they monitor the terraforming progress. Now, this planet has already been terraformed, but it can always be a little bit better, and eventually they could try to alter the atmosphere enough where it could affect the weather, perhaps get this place a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Nice, accommodating. Yeah, accommodating, more habitable. And in here, aside from some of the data banks and computer terminal, what have you, there is several other things that you see. In the lab, there's clear evidence of the xenomorphs. First of all, on one of the experimentation tables, there is a partially dissected facehugger. Very much like a dissection in high school with a frog, the facehugger is on its back, its limbs are pinned in place. Actually, probably tied down because you don't want acid spilling out everywhere. And it looks like there's been some sort of dissection going on the center mass of its body. It is very much dead. There's also a large cooler in the room that has like a glass door, so you can see what's in the cooler. Inside of it, there are, see here, where's my, let me get an actual dice out here. There are, it looks like there's room for 3, but there are 2 more of the eggs that you saw in the shuttle. The cabinet has been smashed open, and it looks like a 3rd egg could fit in there, but there are only 2. You can tell that the cooler is no longer working.
This is like a big walk-in sort of deal, or
No, it's like
it's not a portable. It's not like a beer
think
cooler.
think like an ice cream cooler. You'd see at like the mall, or not the mall, like at the grocery store, where like the top of it can slide, like at a gas station, right? Like one of those,
I gotcha.
except that it hangs on the wall. So the glass panel is facing you. It's not on the top, it's on the side, and then you can open it that way. Obviously it was locked, somebody smashed it open.
And so, are these eggs, are they still egg shaped or are they hatched?
They are not hatched.
Oh, I take that.
And as
Okay.
you are standing there, you can see something inside the eggs moves,
No.
and they
I shoot.
begin to open.
I shoot.
Okay. All right. So, Schneider, I will give you a chance to open fire, and then we're going to jump into initiative here. So, where are the stats? I don't even know if eggs have a stat in this game, do they? Is egg a creature? Egg. Oh, it does. How about that? Okay. Go ahead and give me a ranged attack, please. Now, for all of you who have a pulse rifle, and there are other weapons that do this, but pulse rifles have the what is it? Rapid fire? Auto fire? I forgot the rule is. Let me check here.
Armor piercing, full auto, grenade.
Full auto.
launcher.
That's it. So full auto, if you choose to use it, gives you +2 dice on your roll, but it increases your stress when you use it. So keep in mind, if you ever want to go full auto on something, you may.
I don't believe my gun has that. I have a scope rifle.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Mine's a little bit different, I guess.
Yes, you have the
A semi-auto rifle. The M42A scope rifle.
all right. Yep, you are correct.
So I will take a shot at it.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if I just roll this, will Foundry add in my talent?
It should. Did it?
Let's see. Yep, it looks like it did. So 1 success, I guess it's a hit.
Yes, so you need 1 success to cause a hit, and then you do the base damage of the weapon. Extra successes can be used for stunts, just like other skill
So I guess I do
checks.
2 damage to it.
Combat, you can add damage for extra success, but there's no other crazy shit. Alright, correct. Okay, and does this thing have any armor? Alright. Now, I normally don't like to do these rolls out in the open, because I think that kind of stops some of the mystery, but for simplicity's sake, I got a button right here to press the armor, so we'll do it. No successes. So you do a point of damage, and you shoot this thing, and some of the bullets seem to, well, I guess not some, it's 1 shot, right? So the bullet does pierce this thing, and there is a splash of acid that sprays in the direction of you and Chan, and all over the countertop and the cooler that it's in. So we're gonna do an acid splash roll here. Every success is gonna do a point of damage. Okay, do that. Now, for those listening along at home, something that I often see done incorrectly, and I almost did wrong myself here, when a acid creature does its acid damage, you roll a number of dice equal to its acid splash rating plus the damage inflicted. So the more dangerous the hit, obviously the more blood, obviously the more acid being sprayed around. Something I see a lot of people forget, myself here included, but luckily Foundry's got our back. Wha-bam! Wow, more blanks, as no one can roll above a 5 in this game. So acid sprays everywhere except the two of you.
Fantastic.
Hooray.
And then we're going to draw initiative. And... Okay. So, click on your token. I gotta put some tokens for these critters out here as well. Oh my god, it's hilarious. Egg. And... face hugger. Okay, so click your right-click your token, add yourself to the initiative track, and we should be good to go. Okay, Schneider with a 1, leading the pact. The pack, I should say, not the pact. So, you have initiative 1. You can see the facehugger inside is emerging from the egg. It is not dead. It hasn't been hit. You just damaged the egg. And the second egg is opening right now.
Okay, so I'll use my minor action to like step back away from it and then take a shot again.
Sorry, Chan.
Yeah, try to get away from the acid, but yeah, Chan.
Makes
sorry.
sense.
Yeah.
Are you shooting the one you were just shooting before?
Yeah, same one. Staying on target.
Okay. Stay on target.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
damage.
I don't really have any combat music here for this. So we'll switch up the music here. Okay. And
Is it only a
for this
6? That's a success in this game, or is it 5 or a 6?
Only a 6.
Okay.
Okay. So, Chan, more acid splashes at you, and you take a point of damage as some of it finally hits you. Now, acid damage will keep doing damage to you until it stops doing damage or it runs. And basically, every turn it's going to roll half the number of dice, and until it doesn't do any damage, or you die, or it burns out. Now, if you have armor, you can make an armor roll. And something else I see people forget a lot: if your armor successfully defends against acid, you block the damage, but it reduces the effectiveness of your armor by however many successes you block. In this case, it only did 1, so if you want to roll... Do you have your poncho on? You there? Matt? Chan? Frogget? Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
We can't hear you. Are you muted? Did you mute yourself? Still can't hear you. He's still moving around in the game.
Mic problem.
Mic problems. No poncho. Okay, go ahead and roll me an armor roll, please. Should be able to click on armor on your first tab of your character sheet. Okay, no successes. So, you take a point of damage, reduce your health by 1. However, you do not lose any armor, but you are still burning from acid. You hit the thing, you're not sure if you also hit the facehugger, but you hear a horrible squeal, and the egg kind of splits in half and kind of like falls apart. And you see the facehugger trying to climb its way out of the acid, Schneider. Another thing that I often forget myself: if you suffer a point of damage during a fight, the first time you suffer a point of damage at least, you take a point of stress. So, Chan, your stress goes up by 1, and we're on to initiative 2, which is the facehugger. So, we're gonna roll on the awesome facehugger attack roll here, and it rolled... Oh, a 6! The final embrace. The facehugger leaps at its victim. You guys are going to see all the facehugger and stats here, but that's okay. we'll look behind the curtain here a little bit. I know a lot of other podcasts do that. Makes an opposed roll with 6 base dice against the target's close combat skill. If the victim wins, they throw the beast to the floor. If it wins, the target suffers the final embrace on the next turn. Okay, so it rolled a 5 on its attack here. So it's trying to grab you, Chan. So you're going to make a close combat roll. You have a weapon handy, so you can attempt to block. And it's small enough where you can just try to grab it with your hands. So you make a close combat roll. It's opposed, so we compare number of successes here.
Alrighty.
How do can I roll? Why is it not?
Just regular combat like this. Whoa.
Holy fuck! Stress kicking in here. I don't know how to make an attack roll, actually. What happens if I do this? Nope, that's not it. So I can click the 6, and it just brings up another menu that does nothing. What the fuck, Foundry? Oh, I see. When I click, you guys don't see it, but it's actually I think it's rolling for me. No? No, it's not. Let me try one more thing here. Hold on. Okay. Well, luckily I have this sweet. Oh, here we go. I got a quick macro here. All right. Do you guys see that roll that I just did?
It's all question marks.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't make it public. It's set as public. Well, anyway, I have 1 success, and you had 4. So, you succeed, you throw it to the ground, and it does not end your life. At initiative 3 is the other egg. The second facehugger emerges and climbs out of the egg. That's all that it's doing on this turn. So we'll add another critter here. And then we're going to go to Cashton. You hear gunshots, alien noises, and other such horrors coming from the other room.
Well, I'm with Corporal, right? So I'd take a look at Corporal and shout at him that we should get down the hall.
Okay. Luckily, the one that just climbed out is going at 9 or 10. It won't go until next turn. We'll just add it to the initiative now, though. Okay, well, it only takes a fast action to get into the next room.
Oh.
You see Schaefer pretty much standing in the doorway. Because remember, this game uses zone movement, and you're all in the same zone. So basically, you move from the room you're at to where they're standing. And if you want, you can get into melee range, or you can just get line of sight and open fire. You see that Schneider has opened fire on these 2 eggs. Both of them have hatched. One of them, it looks like he has shot the creature and it's attacked Chan. She's thrown it to the ground. The second one, you see the facehugger climbing out the top of the egg.
Okay, I will aim at the one climbing out.
Okay, give me a roll. Attack roll, please. Hold on. Is this a small target? Let me double check here. I think no, chest bursters are small. These are not small. All right, go ahead.
So that would be, I would click on the pulse rifle?
Yes.
Okay. I got 1. Success.
Okay, that is a hit. Oh, perfect. You double click the token and the whole character sheet comes up. Oh man, whoever made this, totally worth the money. You should all go buy Foundry stuff from Free League right now. It's very well done. Okay, armor roll for the critter. Do you have armor piercing on that?
I do not.
You sure?
Pulse rifles too, I think.
I thought the pulse rifle was armor piercing.
Oh, it has armor piercing where it says ranged combat, not on the not when I did the actual pulse rifle.
That's because I believe you need to, if you click the pencil.
Okay.
Is that it? Notes. I know it has.
Yeah, note. It brought up notes. Yeah, it does have it, but when I clicked on the rifle instead of clicking the skill, and in that drop-down menu for the rifle, it doesn't show up. It just says roll or cancel.
It does have it.
Oh, it does
Sure.
on the ranged
Yeah.
on the ranged combat
Okay.
thing, but I did the
Alright.
inventory.
Good. All right, so armor piercing. So it reduces its armor by half. That's what armor piercing does. It does roll a success, so you hit this thing dead on, and nothing happens. It's like the bullet just bounces or is absorbed by it. And you're pretty sure you had a direct hit. Oh, it did 2 damage, though, so it absorbs 1 damage. It takes another point of damage. I can even mark off its health. Wonderful. It's going to do some acid splash. Sorry, Chan. This is how you die. You don't take any acid damage from it, though. You lucky motherfucker. All right.
Yeah,
acid
Cashin
and
really
screaming
isn't checking.
everywhere. Okay. Then we're on to Garcia.
Yes.
Shit's going down.
Okay, so I'm gonna run over to that room.
Can you guys, if you guys hover your things over the tokens for the aliens, does it show you anything?
Just a red
No.
outline.
Okay, it doesn't bring up their name or their health or anything like that?
No.
No.
We don't need the things going. Okay. It does for me, though. That's wonderful. Okay, go for it.
Okay.
What you do?
Are they crawling around the ground?
No, the one is still getting out of the egg that Cashin just shot. The other one is on the floor. It looks like Chan just threw it off of herself.
Okay. The one that's on the floor, I'm gonna take my knife bayonet and like stab it into the thing and
Awesome.
try to like pin it to the ground.
Okay, give me a close combat attack, please.
No.
Okay, well you do hit, but you rolled a panic, so give me a panic roll first. Okay, our first real panic of the night, 7, nervous twitch. Your stress level and the stress level of all friendly PCs in short range of you increases by 1. That's going to be everybody.
Rip.
Even for Corporal, who's in the other room. They're within short range. You can hear your squad panicking and screaming and gunfire. You don't know what the hell's going on. However, you still get to do your test here. That doesn't do auto fail, so you hit it. You get 1 point of damage. You're hitting the one on the floor. Let's give it an armor roll here. It fails. So acid splash. This is on you and just you, because Chan threw it off of her. Take 2 points of damage from the acid. Go ahead and give me an armor roll.
Okay.
What's the damage of a knife? Is it 1 or 2 damage?
2 damage.
Oh, well then, okay. There'd be 1 more acid coming your way. You're fine. So 2 points of acid damage.
How do I roll an armor roll?
First page of character sheet, hit the armor button, bottom left corner.
Okay.
Okay, so you take 2 points of damage, but your armor does not get hurt in the process. You do, however. Shitty armor. However, you have killed the facehugger as you stab it to death.
Yes.
Okay, well done, Marine. And next is Schaefer. Help.
I will go into that area.
Yeah, you see your girl Chan getting splashed with acid, and looks like she just won a wrestling match against this thing.
Getting hooked up.
Nice. Can I grab Chan by like the collar and then like drag her away?
Sure. Yeah. I don't think you'll have to make any sort of roll for that. So yeah, you just grab her and pull her out. So it'll be a fast action to get to her, and then your slow action or your second action to pull her away, just so she's out of harm's way.
Right.
All right. Well, that leads us to the facehugger, who's got back-to-back initiatives here. As we all know, aliens usually have 2 or more speed. So it's like a double rainbow across the sky.
What does it mean?
Oh no, the final embrace. It's coming for one of the 2 of you. And we'll do on a 4+, it'll be Schaefer. Schaefer, this thing is not happy that you just took away its target. It lunges at you. So we're gonna do okay, make an attack with 6 dice. If it gets 1 or more successes, you are face hug and immediately broken. Oh my goodness.
Is there a way to stop this?
This one, no, because this is the best attack it can get. This is it rolled a 6 on its chart.
Okay.
The one that Chan had was a 5, so it attacks, but she has a chance to try to
Escape.
Yeah. Well, all right, buddy. Well, oh fuck. Oh, how do you do these separately? Is there a way to?
18.
Does it
You
do
guys-
it if you
you
click
guys-
the like dice that are in the tooltip of attack roll? There's like a
Yeah.
No, it shows
just
something,
does
but
that.
I don't know if that's doing a dice roll.
Yeah, well, it shows us. You got a 4, a 6, a 3, a 1, a 1, and a 3.
Oh, that's if I click that. Oh, I
Yeah.
see what you're saying. If I click the actual where it says 66. Well, it has 1 success, Corporal.
Rip.
It latches onto you, and everything goes dark as you feel something disgusting force its way into your mouth and trying to cram itself down your throat. The appendages that this thing calls legs clasp around your head on the side and hold tight. The tail lashes around your neck, starts to squeeze rather tightly, and there is this burst of oxygen-rich air that starts to fill your lungs, and you feel yourself going unconscious here. Now, normally, I would let you have a chance to survive here, but it has back-to-back initiatives.
Yeah, no worries, homie.
So, unfortunately, it latches on, and you guys see in horror as Corporal immediately falls to the ground as this thing clamps onto him. What do you all do?
Do we have a turn or a chance to react, or?
Well, that's its initiative, so we're back at the top of the round.
I blasted off his face. That's what I do.
Did I get a turn that round?
I'm sorry, did you? Did we skip you?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, shit. Well, that's right, because he dragged you away, so I'm sorry, Chan. You have a chance to save the Corporal before he dies in the future. What do you do?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna try. Well, I guess where are we at right now? Can I pop around?
Yeah, he pulled you back, so you're no longer in melee range with it.
Okay. So my plan before anything happened was to dive under like the surgical table or whatever's going on and try to pop shots around the corner, but I think from whatever least acid vulnerable position I could possibly get to in a fast move.
Yeah,
that's
I
what
mean,
I'd still do.
It's like a blood splatter, so it's generally not going like too far, maybe a couple feet at most. Unless you're like bashing it with a hammer or something, then maybe it might go further. But yeah, you have a pretty quick idea. You've studied them a couple times, so you can move away and you can still take a shot if you want.
Okay,
Get
I'm
some
gonna do
cover.
that.
All right, and get some cover too, like while you're shooting.
Try and react to the horrible premonition you just had.
Yeah, you could see it's hissing at the Corporal.
Got him.
Oh my God, no!
Let's see.
Are you going full auto?
Yeah.
Oh
no.
shit!
Too
Oh,
late.
gosh.
Okay, we have 3 successes, but you have panicked. Give us a panic roll.
That's if you click stress. Does this count?
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's-
God, you kept it together with 4 stress. You rolled a 1. Nicely done. So, you basically scream as you pull your gun out and just unload. Now, a lot of time, I see everybody mess this up in podcasts and other games I see. It drives me crazy. When you roll a panic on a attack with a gun, you empty the clip and your ammo is spent. So you unload the entire clip, but you hit this thing multiple times. So you do 2 base damage because you have your initial success, and then you can use the other 2 successes as stunts. So in the case of an attack, you can have each one of them do more damage, or if there's something else on the stunt table you want to do, you can.
Say probably just crank out extra damage as much as possible.
All right. Well, 4 damage. You unload. Oh, it's armor piercing. Only get 1 dice. You annihilate this thing, much like when Hicks and Hudson saved Ripley and Newt in the med lab, and it just like explodes into pieces. Little finger appendages and its tail just go flying across the room, and there's a big stinking puddle of acid where it was. However, nobody's nearby close enough to get hurt by the acid, and yeah, it is very, very much dead. And Corporal, you had a terrible feeling, a terrible premonition, but it does not come true. We're still alive.
I make sure to up my life insurance.
Who took acid damage that round?
Me.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think you
too.
both took, it was 5 dice, so we're down to half. I think we round down, so we're gonna do, so roll. All right, so we're just gonna do 1 roll for both of you. 3 and 3, nothing. You guys are fine. Frogget, we got some crazy feedback coming off your mic right now.
Oh, sorry.
All right, thank you. So, no damage from the acid. The acid doesn't do anything, so in this case it burns out. The 2 of you are no longer hurt or burning, and both facehuggers are dead. Well done. Remember, if you took at least 1 point of damage in that round, though, in that fight, be sure your stress increased by 1. I think Chan already did that, but Garcia, I don't know if you did. So be sure you do if you did not. And just like that, the combat is over. All right. Now what?
I think we should take a minute and catch our breath and figure out what the hell just happened to us.
Well, your hypothesis came through, Chan. They definitely cause problems, and the acid definitely sucks.
Whole mess out here.
Well, Corporal, what are you gonna have your squad do here?
Let's regroup in the boiler room so we can get the power back on and figure out what is going on in this fucking place. Also, thanks, Chan, for not letting me die.
Doing my duty, sir.
Ashton rolls his eyes.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna yell out, "You're welcome."
Oh yeah, Manny fucking charging in there with his knife. That's pretty baller. So, you guys get into the boiler room, and you take a moment. Now, you have a choice here. Obviously, you guys can try to rest if you want for a moment to try to get some of your stress down if you think that's necessary. And then the generator is still not on, and Schneider and Cashton both failed their tests, so they can't try again unless they do something drastically different. And I believe you guys did heavy machinery, so
Correct.
someone else can try, or if you had a different method to try to do this, you could try that. So, what's it
have
going
a
to be
little bit
here?
of Comtech.
I'm gonna give Comtech a shot, and you said -2.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, 4 successes. All right. You absolutely crush it this time. Flip a few switches, and yeah, you're much better with a computer than a wrench. And you guys hear the hum as everything begins to power up. The hum of the generator comes online, and slowly but surely, Cashton starts to flip switches and readjust the breakers, and lights begin to come back on in the base. And it appears power has been restored. Well done.
Nice. Way to go.
No
Now,
problem.
I guess the rest of you, other than Cashton, because he's working on the generator, could theoretically rest during this time and reduce your stress by 1.
I think that would be great. And
Yeah.
just chill a little bit.
Schneider's going to rest.
Unfortunately, Cashton, you're busy doing this while they're all kind of sitting around, but
That's fine. That's fine.
yeah, man, nicely done.
I'm gonna inspect my knife. Did the acid just damage it at all?
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make an acid roll for it, and if there are, how much damage does it do? 2?
2.
Okay, so I'm going to roll an acid roll just like I did for you. For every point of success, it'll reduce your damage by 1. That is... Whoops, that's the wrong command. 1 second. No successes. Your knife somehow is fine. That's that good American steel right there. Yeah, you're not sure how, but your knife survived.
Made it through.
Yeah,
I take
does
care
the
of it.
fact that there
Read it every day.
What's that?
does the fact that there's now power throughout the base calm us at all?
No. No.
Not
The
even a
lights-
little bit.
The lights being turned on doesn't really help in this situation.
Like the
Okay,
room is
well-
still hissing from acid.
I'm gonna throw the poncho on.
Okay.
Now that things have hopefully calmed down a little bit, Schneider's going to go back into that lab area and just take another look around. Now there's hopefully, not facehuggers in there.
All right. If you'd like to give me a observation roll, please. Okay. And
3 successes.
you can go ahead and roll me 2d6 for starters. And then I gotta find my sheet here. Just a moment.
Am I rolling 2 separate dice or adding them together?
I believe it's added together.
So 5.
You find there's other stuff you find, but the main thing you find a cutting torch that does actually still have power on it. Please roll me a d3.
3.
Okay, it has 3 power remaining. It can be used as a tool for heavy machinery, or it can be used as a weapon. It's quite good in melee, actually. Also, as far as other things, as you start to look around, you can tell there's some notes and some, maybe like a notepad or journal, things like that in here, that obviously they were studying these things for at least some time before everything probably went haywire. So that's a little weird to you. Obviously somebody knew something about these things before it all went to shit.
I mean, I'll collect those. HQ's going to want to have this information.
Okay. Yeah, there might be a terminal down here too. Maybe that you see that you're able to kind of scroll through and find some basic stuff. But there are actually like handwritten notes that you find.
Okay, yeah, I'll be sure to collect any of those notes that I can find and bring them back with me.
Okay.
And can you add the torch to my character?
Yeah, give me a moment. All right, what's everybody else doing?
I'm just watching Cash as things happen, just to make sure nothing goes wrong.
Okay. Matt, you'll see this appear as 2 different entries because one is for the tool and then one is for the weapon. So it shows up as 2 different items, but that's the tool. It goes under your item category, and there's going to be a weapon one as well. As soon as I find it. Okay, you're watching over. So what about everybody else? Power's back on. Schneider's rummaging through the labs. What's everyone else doing right now?
I'm gonna take out my post back on the hallway.
All right, there you go, Schneider, and go ahead and change the power to 3 on the cutting torch.
Got it.
Yeah, just let me know when I'm done with the generator.
Okay. I changed the weight of one of those to 0 for you, so you're not over encumbered, because obviously you're
Thank
not
you.
actually carrying 2 torches. You just got 1.
I can't change the power on this. Like
Hit the pencil icon. It'll bring up the stats. You can change it in there.
Oh, gotcha.
Sure, you change it on both of them too.
Yep, got it.
Okay. I'm sorry. What were you doing? Was that Eric?
Yeah, I'm gonna take up my position on the hallway again.
Okay. Doesn't seem to be anything else going on right now. What's the orders here, Corporal?
A second. Oh shit! Zoomed in too far. Well, can we go back? I guess. So we've got the power on. We know what's causing this problem, but we don't know where all they are, and we don't know if there's any people here. Can we ask the android head if there's like a place people would evacuate to? Things were going to the shit.
He says when we initially got to the base, there was an automated message from Mother that was saying to get to the mass housing, which is on the sublevel. That's where a majority of the colonists have their bunks, some of the shower rooms and things like that. And the warning said to go down there as an emergency. It's kind of a meeting point. But when we went down there, the place was in shambles, and it looked like many of our friends probably made a last stand there. There was a lot of bodies and a lot of blood, but there was no waiting party.
Gotcha. Okay. And then you said the researcher's corpse was in like E2.
Yes, Dr. Comiskey was in the hallway when she died.
All right. I guess we should go there and see if we can find out. Maybe she has a data pad with orders on it why a Wayland-Yutani researcher was here.
You could very easily go up the ladder that Garcia's token is covering, which goes to this ladder in the corner right here on E2, and then you'd be right up in that hallway.
Okay. Yeah, let's go up there and then see if we can find stuff out. Maybe would the administrator's office be like the, I don't know, the leader of the base? We could find out shit from there.
You know that the person in charge of the colony is a man named Al Simpson. He is the supervisor of the base. His office is in C2, the corporate offices.
Yeah. All right. So let's go to E2, see if we can find the researcher's body, and then maybe C2.
Okay. Well, you guys make your way up to the E block, and this is where you find the med lab, the command center of the base, and the morgue. And then there's the entrance into B block, and there's a hallway that leads down to the casino. You do see her body in the hallway. Dr. Comiskey is basically kind of up against the wall, sort of crashed onto the floor, and her chest is a bloody ruin. Obviously, one of these things burst out of her, and there's blood everywhere. She's basically she's like right here, almost where the crossways are, the crossroads of this hallway. So, looks like she exited the med lab and was heading north towards B block.
Let's not go towards B block.
Um,
There's no other way.
You do not gain any stress because you guys have already seen one of these things, what they've done. So at this point, unfortunately it's familiar.
Yeah, rip. Is there anything like on her body, like that we can like a no data pad or anything, or does she have like a? She wouldn't have an office or anything.
Give me an observation roll. Well, you know that she was sent with Miranda's team, so she's not part of the base normally.
Yeah.
She probably doesn't have an office.
Observation. What did I get?
Fail. Do you want to push?
Yeah, let's push.
Okay, one success. You do find a data pad on her, like her personal PDAT.
Nice. I'll give it to the deck guy, Cashton. See if you can crack this open digitally.
All right, Cashton, if you want to get into it, you'll need a Comtech roll at minus... This is probably at -3.
Okay.
Damn, you're trying to hack into it. It's Wayland-Yutani. It's a researcher. You know how that goes.
I mean, I guess.
All right. -3.
Whoa!
Damn.
4 successes. What do you want to do with your stunts, other than
All right.
impress the fuck out of me?
Let me let me look at the list because I'm gonna need to.
He like
and I
guesses the password on the first try, like just.
Who the hell makes it just password? So I forgot. I already have a +1 mod to a later skill roll that I haven't used yet. Does that stack?
You could use it. if you want, or you can save it because it says future. It doesn't say the next roll, does it? So
Later skill roll, yeah.
yeah.
But I
you can
mean,
save
like, I had 1, so that stacks. So now I have 2.
it. No, those do not stack.
Oh, okay. So that's out.
Yeah.
How about don't need to roll to overcome the exact same challenge in the future?
Sure.
New and unexpected information. And yeah, I'm definitely going to show off.
Well, yeah, you show off, no problem. So you get a couple things. The basic information that you see in here is some of her personal notes about what's happened and what's going on in the base. The unexpected stuff that you find is like her kind of encrypted personal journal. You find out that Miranda she intercepted a transmission from Earth, and it looks like the transmission was sent from Earth to someone on the colony. And she doesn't know the specifics. It sounds like Miranda never fully explained to her, but whatever was in that transmission made Miranda believe that they needed to come to Hadley's Hope immediately, and it sounds like they were looking for a big payday from whatever was going on here. Dr. Comiskey suspects that whatever they found on the derelict ship, was this alien life form that infected a man by the name of Russ Jordan, who was brought back, and then the first alien burst from his body, and soon after, there were more of these things. Base was overran. Miranda and her team were trying to escape, and it all went to hell. She notes in her notes that she herself was face-hugged, and she knew it was only a matter of time. She locked herself in the med lab quarantine room to make sure that when she died, it wouldn't be one more alien running around the base. Probably a vain attempt, because once it got larger, it would probably break out. And she explains at regret, there's apparently another body in the quarantine room where she was, another colonist that she explains was facehug, and she gave him an overdose of drugs to kill him so that he wouldn't have to go through being chest bursted. She couldn't bring herself to do it herself. And another big unexpected thing that you discover was where's it at? Oh, she kind of gives you a brief synopsis of the alien's life cycle. So it goes egg, facehugger implants the host, chestburster rips out violently, obviously kills the host, and apparently these things can grow to mature in a matter of like maybe hours to days at most.
Terrifying.
She's not sure if she's assuming the eggs were brought from the ship, because she's like, that's where the first colonist went, and that's how they got infected. How the eggs got there or how many there are, she's unsure. And she initially seemed pretty eager to help Miranda, but once it started going to hell, you can tell by her notes that she was hoping to basically get off the base and was starting to have second thoughts about everything that was going down.
Well, yeah, I would definitely save all of that data and then let Corporal know that we may have more hostiles in the med lab up ahead.
Oh, great. Well, let's be wary. I guess Garcia or Matt, I don't remember your character's name. One of you two lead the way, and let's check out the med lab, and then go to C2.
All right, I got it.
Actually, if I
Hmm?
could, I'd ask the android if the surveillance system can be accessed through the command center.
Yes, the CCTV system is in there.
Okay, and yeah, I'll, Corporal, I think we should get eyes on the whole base, see what we're dealing with.
Sounds like a good idea. Looks like you're trying real hard for a promotion with all these sons.
Okay, so is everybody going to the command center?
Yeah, but I put on my sunglasses first.
Throw a grenade behind you. Just don't look at the explosion.
All right, well, you guys get into the command center, and this is basically the ops, the nerve center of the colony. There's an intercom hissing with static, and several of the monitors are kind of flickering on and off. It looks partially damaged. Perhaps it needs a reboot after having the power restored, but yeah, I mean, looks like nothing's physically damaged in here.
Nice, nice.
Well, yeah, I would definitely. If I can, would go about repairing and restoring.
Right, give me a Comtech roll, please. Ooh, there's a panic. Roll it up.
Where do I roll it?
Just hit roll where it says roll stress.
Oh, I am.
Oh, it's not working?
No,
Do it on your character sheet then.
just hit stress. Oh shit.
Ooh, 9. We're getting there. Drop item. So you drop something and your stress, just yours, increases by 1. However, you still pass this test. If it's a 10, that's where it fails. So you hook up your little device and you're typing through some of the commands. And as you're flickering through, you're just starting to get a little worked up about all this. However, you drop your device. Everybody kind of gets spooked by that. But you do manage to get things kind of up and running after a couple minutes. It's like a long dead silence as you guys are sitting here watching him work. Some sweat, dripping down the side of his head. And you click a few things, and you see that you get the monitors up and running again, and it looks like you get the intercom stops hissing with static, and you fix that as well.
Okay. Well, yeah. I guess start looking through cameras to look for movement or bodies or aliens.
Okay. Well, you start scanning through the base. There is a camera on the sub-level, which is obscured by something. You can tell the camera's still working. It looks like something's been placed on top of the camera, like blocking the actual lens itself. And because you can see, like, the camera is moving. It's one that goes left and right. It's a mobile camera, or surveillance camera, but something's covering it. You can't tell what it is, but it's a little translucent, so you can kind of see stuff in the background, like the lights maybe flickering, stuff like that, but you can't make out anything else on it. The rest of the cameras, for the most part, show a very empty base. There does not seem to be a whole lot of activity. If you'd like to give me an observation roll to see if you can see, because keep in mind, these are shitty, grainy... cameras nowadays suck. Imagine what they are in alien tech. They're garbage.
So observation?
If you want to try to discern anything more than what you see here.
I sneak over his shoulder and try to look as well.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'll do observation, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Chan, you can as well if you'd like. Well, go as dice, 1 success. And another, wow, even more dice, 1 success. Okay. The two of you can tell, there doesn't seem to be anything in particular that's really coming out or catching your attention, except there is a camera that is looking down the hall to the casino, and you can see a large black alien creature kind of slowly walking along on all fours, and it's making its way from the casino towards you guys. And I have a photo here to show you what it looks like. It looks a little bit smaller than the one you saw that Holroyd claims to have killed. And that's not a very great picture, but It looks smaller, perhaps thinner, and yeah, it's crawling on its on all fours.
And
Where
what
is-
level is the casino on?
It's on
So-
your guys' level. It's right here.
Oh,
It's
oh,
it's
that.
coming it's coming down the sky bridge towards this intersection.
Sweet. All right.
Right. Yeah, so I am a little panicked, so I'd be kind of going like, we got a big one.
What do you mean? What do you mean, big one?
Big guy, coming down
Where?
hall, big hall.
We set up like a fire line in the hallway or something like that.
Sounds like a good idea. Let's
Shoot.
ambush the shit out of it.
Shoot
with
big guy.
bullets.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll post up in the hallways. 2 people kneeling, 3 people standing.
Are you
Try to be in a door frame, potentially for acid splash.
are you doing this quickly, or are you guys trying to be quiet about it?
Let's try to be quiet.
Okay. Who has the lowest mobility?
Where do we where do we determine that?
Your skill. What's your total dice? Without stress.
I have a 0 trained.
Well, plus your stat of agility.
So 4.
Three for me.
Sorry,
Mine's
3?
pretty high.
You said 3?
Yeah,
Okay.
for Chan.
Anybody got lower than a 3?
No.
Okay. So Chan, this will be a group roll. You make the roll because you have the lowest. And if you pass, you all make it. If you don't pass, then you don't necessarily pull it off.
Don't fuck it up.
You fucked
Okay,
it up.
0 successes. Would
Better
you
push that.
like to push that?
You better.
You better.
Sure, let's give it a shot.
Whoa.
Mixed bag.
Okay, you panic. You do succeed, though. Okay, give me a panic roll. Tremble. All your agility rolls suffer -2 until your panic stops. All right. Well, you guys creep out and try to set up your firing line. You can see, especially you, Corporal, that as Chan is readying her gun, you can see that her hands are shaking, and she has a look of terror in her eyes. Can I make this a secret roll? Oh, here we go. Tell me, if I do this, do you guys see me actually make a roll?
I see question marks.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, eventually you see this thing slink around the corner, and it looks like it looks to the left first, to the north, before it looks down your guys' hallway. You may all have a surprise round, as you have successfully ambushed it.
Okay. Unload.
So let's do initiative here, just in case.
Sure.
So we have firing order and things like that. Okay. So it's not going to get its first round. So we'll just go in order here. Garcia, you're up first.
Right. So I guess we're just aiming and shooting.
If you'd like, you can take the aim action, which is a fast action, gives you +2 dice.
Ah, damn.
Oh, a panic. All right. Give me that panic roll. Sweet panic. Oh, also, Chan, obviously, I'm assuming you reloaded your gun, but you used one of your reloads, right? I think you panicked earlier.
Yeah.
Whoever it was. Okay, nervous twitch. Your stress and stress of all friendly PCs goes up by 1.
Ooh.
You do score a hit, though.
Oh,
I'm gonna roll for
That
its
was not-
armor. It's
was
armor
not-
piercing, correct?
Yep.
Okay. It fails. Takes a point of damage. It squeals in pain. Or 2 points of damage, I'm sorry. 'Cause
2
it's
points.
2 damage. It's 2. The first success counts as your hit, so it does 2 points of damage there. Because it's base damage 2 on the gun. It squeals in pain. Acid splashes everywhere. Next up. And you are out of ammo, because you rolled a panic. Just burned through the clip. Schaefer.
So I can aim and then shoot.
Yes.
Is there a
Plus
way
2
to
from aiming.
add the extra 2 dice?
Yeah, when you right-click on your ranged attack, it'll bring up a pop-up menu.
Okay, you mean the ranged combat skill?
Yes.
Cool.
Right
Or-
click the actual weapon.
On the
in your
weapon, yeah,
Yeah.
because the weapon gives you bonuses. You want to make sure you're rolling for the actual item.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so the bonus is how many bonus dice you get when you shoot it?
Yes. Correct.
Oh, so the game's not been adding in my skill then.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So I have to add in my skill and then the extra plus 2 for
Or,
aiming?
sorry, I have a talent that specifically modifies my shot with the gun.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, you got weapon specialist, I think.
Yeah.
Weapon stop. Okay, I'm sorry. What'd you get? How many?
2 6s.
3. You got 3.
3. Oh, 1 on the black and 2 on the yellow.
Okay,
So
what
3
are you?
successes.
What do you want to use the extra ones for?
Yeah, gotta look at that again. Give me a second.
Damage.
Probably damage, right?
Damage.
What is pinning?
You can't pin aliens. That's only for
Okay.
humans.
Gotcha. Then I will do extra damage.
Okay, so that is a total of 4 damage. Yeah,
Sick.
base 2 and 2 more successes. Okay, armor piercing. It blocks 1 of them. 3 more go through, and the creature is torn to shreds as you guys gun it down with fairly good precision. And you are the first to have successfully ambushed an alien in any game I've played.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'll let you all reduce your stress by 1. If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Nice.
What do you mean to cut the power? They're just animals. Well done. And then, Garcia, you've got to burn a reload to reload your gun there.
Yep.
Okay. Well done. It's dead. Couple blasts of gunfire. Acid eats through the floor a little bit. Eventually it stops sizzling.
All right. Well, that was actually easier than I expected, guys. Way to go. Can we get eyes in the casino to see if there's more of them in there?
Camera only looks through the hall. The cameras in the casino are not functioning.
Bad news, but all right. I guess we should make our way towards the. Does the casino then lead into C?
No, the casino's a separate building. You can either access from the sky bridge, or you can see on the ground floor it has a door that leads outside.
Gotcha.
2 doors actually.
Would I be able to go and pick up what I dropped?
Oh yeah, I assumed you did after you dropped it because you had time there.
Oh, so it's not just like a you drop it and you're fucked deal.
Well, if you're in the middle of combat and you drop your gun, that's a different story. But when you're
Eh,
just sitting there hacking a computer terminal, you just pick it up right away, no big deal.
fucking bumble fingers.
Yeah, or drop the grenade you just pulled the pin on. That could be problematic too. So don't do that.
No, you throw the pin and drop the grenade.
Duh. Wait. You throw the grenade?
1, 2, 5.
3, sir.
3.
All right, Corporal, where are you guys going? What you doing?
And it's take a corner to settle down a bit and like calm my trembling hands. Is that
Okay,
how
so
that works?
Panic
Panic.
lasts for
That just
a
lasts
turn, which is 5 to 10 minutes. Somebody can also attempt a command roll, which will help you break your panic, I believe.
I assume my character should be able to do that somewhat effectively. Is that a skill? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, skill.
I can. Yeah, it's empathy.
Okay, yeah,
And-
another PC can make command rolls a slow action. You can become broken, which means you're at 0 health, or when a turn passes, any panic you're suffering stops. So he can just give you a command roll now, and if he succeeds, then he helps
Yeah.
calm you down.
Do that.
Crushing it.
Boom.
Look at that. All right, you're no longer panicking.
Is there
There's stunts.
stunts? Yeah.
Stunts
What?
for every skill in the game has stunts.
That's what had the spooky ghost face on me for. Garcia's got one too. And
Does
cashed it.
that
Oh,
panic?
I see. Yeah. Okay.
Was that
Uh,
panic for everybody or just for Chan?
That was just for Chan.
Just Chan.
okay.
Yeah. It doesn't look like there's any like stunts I can do for stopping panic. So, rip. All right.
Okay.
So, well, we turned the lights back on. We found out what's causing the damage, and we've found some info on Wayland Yutani. Now we just need to find survivors and kill bugs. So, let's go to, I guess, B1 and sort of figure out what's going on from there, because that sort of looks like a main hub.
Okay, so you guys know that B block is like the command block. The
Nice.
command offices are on the lower floor, and the command crew quarters is on the second floor, which is where you guys are heading. So the personal quarters of like the crew that are on the base that are considered the command crew would be up here, like the security supervisor, things like that. When you get to the door, the power is back on, but this door is locked. And you can tell that that's probably for security reasons. This is an important part of the base.
Well, tech guy, good luck. Get this open if you can.
All right, this will be a Comtech -1 to bypass this door.
Okay. I'll probably add that +1 I have.
Okay.
So that'll just cash it out, right? So I'll
Yes.
just roll regular.
Correct.
Okay.
Wow, 4 successes. Nicely done. It's easy. This is easy. You need a challenge.
Not even hard, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nothing, dude. You just click, 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 you're in. You're like, wow, this base has shit for security.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Do I be stunting?
oh yeah, you can always stunt.
Okay, so I'll do another +1. I'll retain another save.
Mm-hmm.
I won't roll again to get the exact same challenge for a door.
Okay.
And how about some new or unexpected information?
Okay. So you know that some of these doors, like this one in particular, require a key card to normally override the lock. And you know that there are 2 people that would have the key cards. Supervisor Simpson, because he's in charge of the base, and then the security supervisor would normally have one as well. You're able to look his name up on the manifest. I don't have it readily available. If we do not get through this, then perhaps we'll pick it up and continue another day, whenever that may be. Because I don't want to rush it, and I like where this is going so far. So, all right, go do your thing. So that's the information that you get there.
Okay.
Door hacker.
Can I ask the android head where both their quarters would be located?
So he already told you that Supervisor Simpson is in C2, the corporate offices,
Okay.
and the security officer would be in B2. That's where his quarters are at,
Okay.
which is where you guys are currently entering. Yeah, so the crew quarters are up here, along with the armory is on this section.
Okay. Yeah, so whenever Sean gets back,
Well, I assume you guys are all going to enter this room. That's where you're headed.
yeah.
And you know, you can tell all the doors to B block are locked in the same fashion. They need a key card access. So, and you can tell that they're all closed right now, except the one you just opened. So when you get in here, there are some signs of a little bit of struggle, but not much. You do not see any alien creatures or anything like that. There are maybe 2 or 3 personal quarters for some of the command crew here, which you're guessing would have a lot of their personal belongings. And the armory is up here as well, and that is locked. And this door looks like a bulkhead door that you'd see on a starship. It is definitely probably the most heavily armored door you're assuming in the whole colony. Definitely the heaviest one you've seen so far.
And that's to get into the armory.
Yeah, the armory has a separate door. Whoa. Oh,
Spooky.
that's right. There's no repeat was not on, that's why.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, you guys have entered B block. A couple
Nice.
quarters are up here, crew quarters. The door to the armory is locked. All the other doors to B block were locked as well, and there doesn't really seem to be anything else up here at the moment.
Do we know which room would be Simpson's?
Simpson is in C block. The security officer is in this block.
Okay. Do we know which room is his?
Yeah, you can find it easily enough.
All right. Let's see if we can get in there and maybe find us a key card.
Let's do search.
All right. Well, you find his room easy enough. The door is not locked.
That's a bad sign.
Anybody who wants to give me an observation roll may when they begin to check. It's like a little personal, I don't want to say apartment because it's basically just one room. It maybe has like an attached bathroom, but that's about it. Okay, give me a panic roll. Give me another panic roll. Oh yeah, I love it. Look at cool Schneider over here with his 1 stress. The boss. Okay, Garcia, you are trembling? Did I read that right? Okay, you're trembling, and oh, you rolled the 6, Schneider. Everybody's stress goes up by 1. Oh,
Damn.
the 1 stress just fucked you. However, you do both pass your test, and you start to rummage around through his room. That's funny, the 2 buddies are rummaging around. You do not find a key card of any sort, but you do find some reports of what's been going on here in the colony, filled out by the security officer.
I'll collect those as well for HQ.
Yeah, a lot of it coincides with what Comiskey said in her PDAT. You know, maybe you have more specifics of names, list of some people that have died. Supposedly they're in the morgue, things like that. You know, things that Comiskey might not necessarily know, but it all seems to be pointing more or less in the same direction.
Okay.
Let me see, is there anything else? Oh yeah, so you, one thing that you find out, the 2 of you as you're going through here, one thing that's not in Comiskey's report that obviously the colonists seem to know is that they received a transmission from Earth, and in the security supervisor's log, he says it's from a Weyland-Yutani rep that informed them of the derelict ship. Why do I keep saying shipped? Ship on the planet, and they went to investigate. This guy, Russ Jordan, that's Newt's father, for anybody following along at home, went to go investigate, and he got basically attacked by a facehugger. When he came back, that's when it all started to go downhill. The security officer does not know who sent the transmission from Earth, but he either confirms or has reason to believe it was from a Weyland-Yutani rep. It's hard to tell if it was something that was sent to Jordan directly, or maybe some people and just Jordan got out there first. Because all of you would know that, if a colonist finds something like that, like a crashed ship, for example, if it hasn't been claimed by anybody, they can claim the salvage rights. And the scrap metal alone from even a shuttle could, be a good payday for a person who's a colonist and doesn't really make great pay, just average pay. If it's something crazy like an alien ship, or if there's weird technology, they could potentially really hit the money, depending on the situation. So if that was something that he found out, it makes sense to you that he would have gone out there to get it, despite any dangers he may or may not have known about. That's really all that you find in here, other than some of his personal belongings. His bed, his, wardrobe and things like that. He's nowhere to be seen.
I would suggest going to the other person's quarters to look for a key card.
C block. Go to
Yeah.
Simpson.
Yep, Simpson's up in C2. All right. Cashton, you're
Yes.
able to hack the door, because it's the same door as the one you just hacked, basically, the same type, leading to B block, so you don't have to make a roll here. You can use your previous thing from your stunt. So now that you understand the security system, you unlock that door and you guys can get into C block rather easily. Now these up here, these are the actual Weyland-Yutani offices. This is a Weyland-Yutani colony, so they always have a small presence here, and these are much larger than the rest of the offices you've seen so far. There's a big boardroom where there's like a table that a bunch of people can sit at, and then the individual offices for some of the people here. As you search around, there's two things you notice. One is you find Supervisor Simpson's office. He is nowhere to be found. When you search inside, there is nothing. There's no note or presence of him at all. However, when you guys get to this door and you go into the room, you see two things. Greeting you, sitting in the chair of Supervisor Simpson, facing you guys, is the slain body of Miranda Reynolds.
Oh.
She is covered in blood and has terrible claw marks and bite marks all over her body. Basically a red ruin. You can really only make out that it's her when you get close enough and you can see that she's got a Weyland-Yutani jacket on, and she matches the description, what's left of her, of what you know of Reynolds. You can see above her there is a ventilation shaft that looks like it has been burst open from the inside, much like the chestburster bodies you've seen, but it looks like something came out or through the ventilation shaft. All of you gain +1 stress when you see this scene. It's pretty brutal.
Who had those little orbs that can like map shit out?
Garcia did.
Would they fit inside the ventilation shafts?
Oh, easily. They're like the size of a softball.
Oh, sick.
I mean, you guys could fit in the ventilation shaft. It's big enough for at least a person to crawl through, or like a
Yeah, but I don't
dog,
want to
so-
go into a ventilation shaft.
Well,
with
I
animals.
know. I'm just saying to give you an idea of size. Yes,
Okay.
the pup can easily fit.
All right. Hey, Garcia, can you throw those pups in there and have them scout the vent shafts?
Garcia can't figure out how to work them. Either someone else needs to try, or Garcia needs a new way to try, because he already failed his test to try to activate them.
Give him
Yeah.
a command for it.
Would a command help?
Sure, I'll let you. If you can get a command check, if you pass a command check, we'll say. I mean, you got to come up with something good to say to him, but if it's reasonably plausible, or if you threaten him, whatever it is you do, I would say that's probably differing circumstances.
I will threaten to force him to crawl up there and scout them himself.
And you panic in the process.
Sick, but hey, it's a success.
Well, roll your panic first. You got 5
Uh,
stress, baby.
Yeah, so I just hit the stress button?
Yep, 10 plus. 10 plus. Here we go. I'm feeling it. No way. He
Keep him in
rolled a
check,
1.
baby.
Wow. Okay. Is this an opposed check, or do you automatically do it? Let me see here. Command. Okay. So if you're just giving an order, he can get +1 modifier for every success you rolled if he tries to carry out that order. Or if you have the pull rank talent, you can use that instead.
I have full rank.
Well, if you'd like to use it, you can. It's up to you.
Yeah. So if I use that, he just can do it, or what? What's the difference between him getting a success or I use pull rank?
So that they would make because pull rank is you can try to force someone to do something dangerous against their will, and it's an opposed test where you roll your command, they make a manipulation test. If you pass, they have to follow their order regardless of what you tell them to do. However, when you do that, your stress goes up by 1. If you do this order where you're telling him to do something, if he attempts to carry it out, he gets +1 for every success he rolled.
Okay, I'll just let him do the command so he gets a +1 for every success, which is unfortunately only 1.
Okay, roll it up. Another Comtech, Garcia, +1. 12 dice and only 1 facehugger. Give me that panic roll. Okay, we have our first 10 plus the evening. Freeze. You're frozen by fear or stress for the next round, losing your next slow action. Everybody's stress goes up by 1. You see Garcia goes to pull this thing out, and he's like trying to use it, and he just like stops, and he's just staring at it, his eyes wide with terror. And Garcia, to you, you're like, I don't know how to fucking work this thing, man. Like, I don't know, Sarge. And that freaks everybody out because you've seen Garcia use these things before. And, or perhaps not. Perhaps the first time he's had him on a mission, and he just doesn't know how to fucking work them. He didn't read the manual.
Would be the worst mission to do anything for the first time.
Schneider's gonna walk over to Garcia and be like, give him a pat in the back and kind of grab him from his hands and be like, you sit down for a little bit. I'll take care of this.
All right, do you want to try?
Yeah, I'll try.
All right, Comtech. That's how you do it. 3 successes.
Easy.
All right.
Dunked on them.
Are you activating one of them or both of them?
Both.
Okay. And you have 2 stunts here if you want to do something with them.
Comtech stunts. So one stunt will be I get new or unexpected information. I'll have it be done in half the amount of time.
Okay. So you've seen this done before. You've been paying attention. Perhaps you've even used these before or helped Garcia with it. Clearly you know what you're doing and he doesn't. Regardless, you basically just grab both of them, each with a hand, and with like one click of your thumb, they're on and floating around. And do you send them both into the vents?
Yep.
Opposite directions, I'm assuming?
Yeah. Just get cover as much ground as possible.
Okay. Well, they are moving fast. Whatever you did is working really well. You grab the holo pad from Garcia, and you can start to see they start to map this out. And, you know, there may or may not be there's probably not a perfect schematic of the vents on the stuff that you guys have already on your schematics, but now you're getting a full readout. And it's somewhat complex. You know, the vents do go throughout most of the base, so you could see that, you know, in theory you could access a lot of places in the base with it. New or unexpected information. Is there anything particular you're searching for? Any particular area of the base you're searching for?
I mean, I definitely want to be aware if we can spot any more of these Unimorphs if they try to ambush us.
All right. The first thing that the thing detects is as it goes through the vents in A block, in particular in A1, the communal offices, it detects one of these creatures in there. And when you see it pulled up on your little schematic map, now that it's been mapped, it does not appear to be moving at all. It's basically like sitting in the corner of one of the rooms.
I'll make it be known. These orbs picked up another xenomorph in A block, A1.
Doing their job.
Because I am so awesome, I'm going to give you a token just to mark it off for you.
Nice.
There he is. And when the thing buzzes by, it does not. It only like catches it because it like catches him in the room. He's not in the vent.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, there's parts of the vent where there's the grate, so the lasers can kind of go through and map part of the room, and it picks it up.
Okay.
So it'll take a while for it to map the whole base, but that's what you get for the moment. And since you did faster, we'll say that'll happen quickly. But for now, that's what you guys get.
Was there be enough time perhaps that I can take a breather?
I think if you guys want to wait and see what else it maps out, sure.
Take some time, map it out. Everyone, try to calm down. Seems tensions are high.
Would I be able to provide some levity with my banter?
It depends. What do you say?
Uh,
You gotta role play the banter talent in my campaign, buddy.
Okay. So looks like we're in a sticky situation. Eh? South Park, come on.
Eric, what kind of banter did you have when you were serving? Any good ones that jump out to you? Oh no. Are you muted?
Yeah. I was gonna say probably not very appropriate ones.
That's okay. This is Alien. You can drop all the F-bombs you want.
I don't know, just like teasing each other. You know?
Busting each other's chops, basically.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just panicked like crazy, so definitely poke fun at that.
Okay, fair
Like,
enough.
What about the acronym for Marine? Morons always riding in Navy equipment.
Damn.
USMC,
that's coming-
Uncle Sam's misguided children. There's a few of them.
That's good. I like that. All right. So yeah, you guys know Cashton is kind of the jokester of the group. He's fairly personable. For some of you, it annoys you. For others, you like it. But all of you, do this from time to time. Him probably more so than the rest of you. So everybody can reduce their stress by 2 points. 1 for resting, 1 for the banter. If anybody would like to use their trademark item, they can. At this point, when you interact with it, you can do it while you're resting to reduce your stress by a further point.
Sure.
However, that is a once per scenario thing that you can do.
Ooh.
How
Oh
do you
shit!
move the mic off?
I think
Yeah,
I
you're fine
unwittingly
now.
did that at the briefing.
No. You can still take it out and mess with it, but to
Okay.
reduce the stress is you
Okay.
didn't accidentally use it when you had no stress. It wouldn't do anything. No, it's not like a video game. Like, oh, I clicked the use button. Fuck. No, it's not like that.
Yeah. Shit. There goes
So yeah,
that
everybody can
cheese.
reduce 2 stress or 3 stress if they want to use their item.
Fuck yeah.
I guess, is anybody not using their item?
Yeah, might as well do it now before things get even hairier.
Yeah, we got what, 6 stress, 5 stress, 4 stress.
Is anybody able to help out a guy who's panicking?
Yeah, I can.
Well, again, panic only lasts for a turn, and
Oh.
it's at least a turn to rest. So during the resting, his panic will eventually stop, and Garcia kind of snaps back to reality. Perhaps after you tell your joke, he kind of, comes back out of it. He's just kind of been standing there staring at his empty hands, like after Schneider took the pups from him. But yeah, eventually he snaps too.
Okay.
And you can reduce your stress as well, Eric. Just because you were panicking doesn't mean this doesn't affect you. So
Okay.
okay, so hopefully everybody's stress is looking a little better at that point.
Little bit.
Yup.
And at this point, the pups also pick up another life form in D block. It is on, let me see here. It is in D1, which is at the recreation center. It is another one of the face huggers crawling around. The rec center has a gym, a game room, with like foosball, ping pong table, maybe a pinball machine. There's a basketball court. There's a small swimming pool with a locker room, and like some basically quote unquote quiet rooms people could just kind of zone out and be away from all the hustle and bustle of everything. There's a face hugger skittering around in there.
Oh boy.
So about 10 to 15 minutes go by as you guys catch your breath, the pups have mapped most of the main floor and are starting to get to the secondary floor and get that scanned. Looks like they've almost got the 2 top floors finished. What do you guys do?
Well,
So do these things detect like any movement and like what about temperature?
What was the description there again, Garcia? I know it was life forms,
Atmospheric
environment.
changes and toxins.
Okay. There's nothing else out of the ordinary that they've detected yet.
Okay.
did anyone inspect that person's body that were just kind of casually hanging around?
I need to take a closer look at that. I had the.
Yeah, go ahead and take a closer look. So
All
we're
right.
just relaxing about the dead body.
This is for Miranda's body, right? So observation test.
Yeah. It's one of these. Good.
Roll the good. Good. Roll that panic roll. Increase everybody's stress by 1. Ooh, not yet. Well done. You have a stunt. What would you like to use it for?
I have an observation stunt. Is there more
I'm sorry?
for enemies? I guess. Is there any more of them close by?
More dead bodies?
Yeah, sure.
Not that you see. No, there doesn't seem to be any around here. This is the only one up on C block. You search through, and you do find her personal data device. You also see she does have a key card to her shuttle, but it's been damaged by whatever attacked her. It looks completely useless.
I'm gonna snag the data pad and I guess take the key card to the tech guy, see if it's of any use. Oh, he's already hacked through most of the doors, but nothing else on that side.
Well, without even being able to need to make a roll here, Cashton, when you look at the key card, 1, it's her personal key card, so it probably doesn't do anything except open the shuttle, because she's not from this base. But 2, you can tell just by looking at it, it's damaged beyond repair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can't do anything with this, but I can crack open that data pad if you want.
Yeah.
All right, give it a shot.
So, since I cracked one open before, I can just do that again, right?
Yeah. Did you have that stunt? I don't recall.
Yeah, I spent a stunt on that.
Okay. Well, Hacker McGee over here just starts guessing everybody's passwords left and right. My God, why would you use admin? What a dumb fool. So you hack through Miranda's quite easily, and you finally confirm that this transmission she intercepted was from a man named Carter Burke on Earth, a Weyland-Yutani rep. Anyone that's a fan knows that is the man that joined Ripley and the Marines on the second film's expedition. He is the one that sent the transmission to the colony in hopes that they would investigate the derelict ship. She assumes that somehow he knew about the ship and what it contained, and she's guessing that he sent someone there in hopes they would bring it back, and then Weyland-Yutani, or himself, more likely, because he's a corporate agent, could cash in on finding said thing.
Well, that's great. Now we know why Weyland-Yutani came here. Way to go, team. You guys are all
Yes.
looking for promotions.
Yeah, so I definitely store that data and then, throw the data pad. Either give it back to whoever had it, or if they want me to hold on to it, I'll just put it in my pack.
Yeah, I'll grab that pad.
Okay.
Okay. I believe you can just auto-edit your inventory at the bottom. I think if you click on the little pencil icon, I think you should be able to bring up the stuff where you can type. Or under where it says ad hoc, if you put your cursor there, the little pencil icon shows up, and then you should be able to change it. Oh yeah, reports from B1, I see. Nicely done. Okay. At that point, it seems like the pups have finally finished mapping the top 2 levels, and they are now making their way to the sub-level. There's no ventilation shaft into the bar or into the casino, so they're unable to map anything in there. However, everything else on the first and second level in A, B, C, D, and E block is mapped. There are no more life forms that are living. There are some bodies of humans up in D2. Let me see if there are specifics. Yes, it looks like there is an adult and 3 children. However, you can't make out any details other than that, whether they're male or female or cause of death or anything like that. But there are three individuals. They appear to be deceased. And when the pups finally get down to the sub-level, they start to detect some really strange shit. Schneider, as you're watching the holopad and you see them mapping the sub-level, again, they're still in the ventilation shaft, so they're not getting everything, but they're getting strange organic readings from whenever they go past one of the grates and they get a part of the hallway or the room. And they can tell the temperature is a lot warmer and hotter and humid down there.
Well, that's no good.
That's a bad news.
That's
Do you-
call a nest?
Do you have them do anything, or do you have them finish mapping the vent shafts?
Finish mapping the vent shaft, and then have to do a double pass in that warm room down below to get a closer look what's going on.
Okay, so they finish eventually mapping the vents, and they keep getting these weird readings. When they finally exit the vents, and they make their way down there, actually they're in the vents. Let's see. Give me another Comtech roll at +1. Ooh, no stress. Nicely done. Okay. So one of them you're able to get into the actual hall. The other one can't find a way out of the vents right now. But the one that you send, it's over in this area between the mass housing and the vehicle unloading and cargo on the
Okay.
sublevel. There's a vent cover that is off. Looks like it was either removed or thrown off or torn off, but it's laying on the floor. So the pup gets out into the hallway, and do you send it to the right or to the left? Which way?
To the right.
Okay, so towards the mass housing?
Yes.
Okay. So as soon as it gets down here, you can see this 3D map that's coming up on your holopad is no longer showing the rigid straight angles of the hall, but instead is showing a very rounded organic shape that looks nothing like a human-built hallway, especially not anything like anything you've seen in the base here. And it's registering as some sort of organic material, but it's not really able to identify it at this point. You'd probably have to have it scanned or do some sort of analysis. And the temperature, as I said, is humid and hot and sticky, and it's definitely a lot warmer down there, kind of like a swamp almost.
Would Scheidner know what that means? I know what that means, but would the character know what that means?
No. None of you guys know, other than it's clearly not supposed to be there. And as it continues to map, it looks like it starts to see more and more of this throughout the lower level. And when you get to the mass housing, the first door that you get to, which is this one right here, is damaged. Looks like it's been partially shut, torn apart, blown apart. You can't really tell unless you go down there and look yourself, but it's fucked up. It is opened, and as it enters that area, multiple life forms begin to pop up. Some appear to be more of the eggs, dozens of them, and some appear to be those of humans that appear to be hung from the walls in some way from this weird residue that is coating the walls. Everybody's stress goes up by 1,
No.
and that is where we will call it for this evening.
Way to go, boys.
Damn.
No one died.
I was
Almost.
expecting team wipe in like 2 hours.
We did
I'm
pretty good.
calling the HQ and requesting Exterminatus.
Yeah, I was
Good
just
call.
about
Yeah.
to say we gotta glass this fucking joint.
Blast the planet, just drop as much
I
ammunition.
was about to just say, like, permission to speak freely, sir. Can we get the fuck out of here?
All right.
Tempting.
Unfortunately, this is going to turn into a 2-shot. I'm not sure when we'll get this group back together, but listeners, by the time you hear this, we'll probably have the second episode recorded. So, and if not, something to look forward to when we return and we watch all these guys get killed. So, gentlemen, thank you all for joining me. I hope you have enjoyed this thus far. It's been really interesting to see more of a combat-heavy campaign in this game, and I have to say, you're doing all right so far. I'm impressed.
That the hallway lineup was pretty epic.
Yeah. We clinched it.
As long as you fight one alien at a time and you all get to shoot at it first and it doesn't notice you're there, it's easy.
Yeah,
not
and we
our
see
fault.
it ahead of time, and it's way down the hallway, so there's no splash damage. Please.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, well, listeners, as always, thank you for joining us. Be sure to like and follow us on Facebook, Dragon's Greed Gaming. Give us a like and a follow and a subscribe. Check us out on Spreaker, wherever you listen to your podcasts, and be sure to leave us a review as we start to delve into some more games here on the channel. We'll be back for part 2 of the Return to Hadley's Hope. Gentlemen, thank you all for joining us. I hope you've had a good night, and we will see you all next time. Nighty night.
See you around.